Yeah, yeah, yeah. So many lies that you hear from the net, they don't get her respect. She reporting the truth, not a check. You want an unbiased opinion straight from the chest, not a bit accomplice or someone here for a check. Tune in, these are thoughts from a lawyer on a mission who goes so hard it's like she works on commission. Trolls in the comments might say she tripping cause they lack the knowledge. They don't know they missing. Got a couple current events that you like. Wanna know about law from the eyes. Tired of all these blogs running lies because their agendas are disguised. Tune in to the intellect, cause I'm sure y'all missing all the facts of the case that she steady is gifting. Someone here for the people, man, it's so uplifting. If you ain't subscribed yet, then you just omitting facts.
Hello, everyone. It is Pam Esquire, also known as Your Law Intellect. Welcome. Happy Saturday to all. I hope your weekend has started out fantabulous. It is good to see each and every one of you. Hey, Annette. Hey, Don. Hey, Kelly. Hey, Demi. I don't really do lives on Saturdays, so we'll see, who all gets a notification, who's going to come back and say, I didn't even get a notification. But what you can do to help some of your fellow intellects is to hit the like button on your way in and subscribe to the channel, or consider subscribing to the channel if you have not done so already. Okay. See, Val, yep, I did the old school. You see how I wrapped that hair last night? Mm-hmm. I did. Thank you so much for noticing. But yeah, so make sure you guys for real, like hit the like button and all of that so that people know that we're on. I do have the transcripts from yesterday. My intent, I'm not doing a 5-hour marathon. Okay. So let me just give that disclaimer. The reason why I did that the other day is because if we didn't do the entire transcript, then we would have been behind by the time yesterday came. So I bit the bullet, and I took one for the team, woke up with no voice, and we did the whole 283 pages. Okay. But what I'm planning on doing today is either I'm gonna do half now and then maybe the other half later tonight, or maybe tomorrow I'll do the other half. But maybe we can have some more discussion on it, because what I didn't like about it was I wasn't really allowed to look at a lot of your comments because heck, we were on for like 4.5, 5 hours. So at least this way I can see some of your reactions and all of that. Thank you, Miss T, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Daily Oracle said you a real one for that. And we thank you. Thank you so much. I'm glad that's what it's about. As long as you guys appreciate it. Yeah. And yesterday I actually was thinking about going live with the tweets from Inner City Press, which is what a lot of people are reporting based on, because you're not allowed to have your phone, even if you're a journalist, generally speaking, in federal court. Attorneys can have a phone. So if you have attorneys that may be legal analysts, they may be able to tweet out certain information, but you can get exceptions. They have special rules. And Inner City Press, I surmise, based on the time that I've been following them, is an independent journalist news outlet, and he has a presence in New York courts. So he does have the ability to do that. So when I was looking at like a lot of the tweets and stuff, it in my mind it seemed like things were missing, and it was giving me more like, this feels like it's some holes, and everybody was reporting on the same thing. So I said I'll just wait for the transcript, but unfortunately the transcript didn't come till like almost 10 o'clock. Like everybody who has purchased the transcripts, I guess, were waiting on them. So I didn't get it till probably like right before 10 o'clock. And by that time, I know phone calls from prison had something going on at 11. So I was being nosy over there too. So I figured I'll just start this first half today. And then if those that want to get the fill in the holes of What the tweets didn't show, or what people that were in there taking notes may not have um, given and their commentary, you can get it over here with the transcript because we're just going line by line. Okay. To start out, in the beginning, I sound like I'm about to talk about the Bible or something. But in the beginning, when they first came in, there was an issue early in the morning yesterday. The government filed a letter to the court, and what they were trying to do was to limit the testimony of Cassie. So originally, the judge will usually ask you first, they'll ask you, while you're in the course of all of this before trial, well, how long do you think trial is going to be? And of course, it's an estimate. Anything can happen. Again, witnesses may be around, may have to be detained. There's so many different nuances that can happen that it really is a guess. But then with certain witnesses, depending on their status or their availability and all of that, they'll ask, well, how long do you think you're going to do your cross examination of the witness or direct of the witness? And you give them an estimate of that as well. Well, originally there was an estimation that for Cassie Ventura, there was going to be she would be done by the end of Friday. Because as you guys see, she's 8.5 months pregnant. So she's very, very pregnant, basically due at any time. Apparently, she's having a son. And so what the government did was basically wrote a letter, and they complained and said, well, I talked to the defense. They said that they're not sure that they're going to be done by Friday. We feel like the court has, well, there's case law that the court has discretion to limit testimony. And they were asking the court, can you use your discretion and limit this testimony so that she can get up off this stand? And so they gave different reasoning, saying that the defense, they just weren't, they was kind of repetitive. We talked about that when we were going over the transcript, when I gave little commentary here and there. They got little long-winded, reading all of the text. And so they were trying to figure out how could they short circuit this so that this lady can get up off this stand. So what ended up happening is, before the jury came out and Cassie took the bench again, there was a conversation between the court and both sides, the defense and the government. And basically the defense said, well, we'll wrap it up by 4 o'clock or by 4:30, and then we'll let the prosecution, they'll get 30 minutes for cross to guarantee that she'll be off. So they met and conferred and were able to handle that issue on their own. Well, what ended up happening was, once the cross examination continued with Cassie, they actually got finished a lot earlier than anticipated. So after the first break, they ended up, being finished. And so there were two other witnesses that were able to start testimony. So one was like the arresting FBI agent, and he talked about all the stuff that was in the room. What he saw, there was the bag with some baby oil and some Astroglide and some pills and some medication that was uh it was prescribed to Frank Black, I think his alias. And just trying to basically, I guess, show that even after he got arrested, he might have been doing some little freaky deaky, I don't know. So they had him on there. And then also Don Richard, she came in there from Danity Kane, and she had a few things to say. And there was, before Don Richard took the stand, there was an objection. And one of the things I said, the defense objected to her testimony. I'm like, why didn't you file a motion in limine? And we've talked about that over here, which is basically you can try to handle as many evidentiary issues as you can before you start. And if they had an issue with their testimony, it should have been something that was a motion that should have been argued in a motion in limine. So when Agnifilo said, we object to this next witness that's after this agent, the judge was like, and why are you just bringing this up? Like, It's 1,000 of y'all over here. Certainly somebody could have filed a motion. And so I think the response was like, we didn't know or something, but we'll get to that. And then so Don Richard, she came and she basically talked about some things that were in the lawsuit. So what it's looking like to me is a lot of the information, a lot of the fact witnesses are going to be those that have filed lawsuits against Diddy. That's what it's looking like to me. So you got, Aubrey O'Day from Danity, she been waiting. Oh, she said she got subpoenaed too. She's probably, when she got that subpoena, she probably was like, showstoppers, showstoppers. She probably started singing her heart out. She been talking about Diddy since Diddy embarrassed the dog mess out of her, kicking her out of Danity Kane. Okay, she been mad for decades. All right, so she feel like this is her time to shine. So it's gonna be very, very interessante to see what she gotta say. Because what I assume is eventually they're going to talk about the conditions under which they work, because you do have like forced labor and all of that. That can be some of your patterns. Because patterns under the Racketeering Act is not what people think it is. It's like 2 or more criminal acts. So it's a different. So they have a whole list of what the patterns that they believe that they are in this case. And so I want to say under the indictment they had labor as one of them too. So yeah, it's a lot going on here. It's a lot. So hopefully that's a good little background, to get started. Let me see. But we're going to I had to get some of this stuff off my little computer screen. It's just chunky, and cluttered, and messy and stuff. Let's see. I know, man. I was sitting up there just trying to figure out. I'm like, do I want to go and fight to be in that courtroom to see Aubrey O'Day? I'm almost itching to go. I ain't gonna lie. I just want to see. Diddy probably gonna look like, here she go. Where she go? I want to see Diddy's face. Like, I gotta be there to see Diddy's face when Aubrey O'Day comes in, who been trashing him for decades. Now, a lot of people were scared of him, but she ain't care. Okay, she didn't give a damn. So, for those of you that don't even know, one of his counts is RICO, racketeering conspiracy. So basically, there's members of an organization. There's an organization that exists, and the real purpose of the organization is to commit crimes. Okay. And you're committing these offenses for financial gains. All right. So basically, the statute goes after those entities, and they can be a fact and a entity in fact. Like, it doesn't mean you actually done registered and all of that, even though they did put the names of the businesses, Bad Boys, and I guess his other companies as well, where you're basically making crime as a business. Like, you created these entities for the purposes of financial gain, but you're committing crime in order to get this financial gain, and they got it in interstate commerce and all of that. It's like your income generating endeavors. Okay. So what do you have to prove for RICO? Because I think people are a little confused. Like, when I was seeing, people say online. So when I say they still have to prove the elements, what I mean is they have to prove that there is an existence of an enterprise, as was alleged in the indictment. They have to prove that the enterprise affected interstate or foreign commerce. So I'm doing this off the top of my head, so I'm gonna need y'all to bear with me. You also have to prove that the defendant was associated or employed by the enterprise. and that the defendant knowingly and willingly engaged of a pattern of racketeering activity by aiding and abetting, or well, they either committed it or they were aiding and abetting in committing at least 2 acts of racketeering. So that's the pattern. Like, it has to be at least 2 acts. So when they talk about the violence and they talk about the trafficking and they talk about the blowing up cars and they talk, and it has to be within a 10-year period when they say pattern. So it's a very, very broad honestly, I don't, it's a broad statute, but not really. So the government uses it because it's a tool that they can get you for a bunch of crimes in one statute. Then they can also, in one count. Then they can also individually, like for those that have followed the Ernest Williams case, they did the RICO. They actually put all of the different acts in there, was all of the different people that allege he did this, and then also his bigamy and all of that. But then what made it longer is because they can also charge you for it individually. So sometimes you may end up beating the RICO, but then because they're like, nah, we don't think it was an enterprise. They didn't show it was an enterprise, or that it was done for this purpose or whatever. But we do believe you committed these crimes individually. But when you get a RICO and you get convicted, you looking at a whole lot of time. Like, you facing life in prison. And see, part of being a part of the RICO too, there's like a knowingly and willingly. And so I think when we were going over the transcript, there was a part where the defense kept on bringing up stuff like this was a secret, right? Nobody knew about y'all freak offs. This was something between y'all. So even if associates set the room up, it doesn't matter. They ain't know what they was setting the room up. They was just told, get you some Astroglide and some baby oil. They just thought he liked to be all oily and stuff. You know, he didn't like to have a little oil on him. Shoot, I mean, we set up everything. We set up the man doctor's appointments. We wake him up in the morning. We get his toothpaste. We do all of that. So ain't no difference. I'm sure they all got NDAs. So ain't no different that they send you to the store to go get some lube or something. So they're saying that a lot of, basically the defense was trying to pull out that even though this was happening, nobody knew about it. Now, there may be people that come forward and say they didn't know about it. We don't know. We are very, very like early on. And then you also have to prove too, because I think I might have missed the element, that the defendant conducted or participated in the conduct of the enterprise's affairs through a pattern of racketeering activity. So it's a lot. I know, and it sounds, when you see the violence, you like, oh, he done. It's a wrap. But I want y'all to see everything that number one, you got to prove that there's an enterprise. So you got to show this is something, you got to prove that it's racketeering. It's so much that you have to prove. It's not as easy as some people if you turn over some stones, you may be able to at least not have them prove a element. And if they don't prove all the elements, then it's supposed to be an acquittal on that point if they can't prove all the elements. So the best way to know like what the jury is going to look at and what they have to find is to look at the jury instruction. So if they file the jury instructions, I'll probably download it because that'll probably be the best way for you guys to understand, because it's in layman's terms, because you have your jury of your peers that are on the jury. So they have to understand the complexity. Now, what I can say is, because as you guys know, only 2 to 3%, I think, of federal cases actually go to trial. A lot of them plea out. What does that mean, Pam? I'm glad you asked. Because they plea out, that means there's not much case law. So some things aren't defined. A lot of things become appealable because you're trying to define it if you go to trial. So a lot of times it's not enough to, every situation is different. Every fact pattern is different. So now you got to look to law that may or may not exist, or you try to make law. So it would, if he gets convicted of RICO, there'll probably be some appeals to try to help shape the law on it. And that's the, I guess, the good part of going to trial is that you're not, you, you're almost forcing like our legal system to define some of this stuff to make sure that the government isn't overreaching by using this particular statute for the wrong purposes, because you don't have as much case law to support. That's why even with the YSL, the fact that they went all the way through and got their acquittal, I think some people will look twice before, because you see RICO and you see them big boy numbers, you're like, what deal can I get? Can I, like, you drop this RICO and all this stuff and I'll just go do 5 years? It can intimidate anybody. And yes, people do, they'll plead because they're like, shoot, I ain't trying to be, this RICO seem a little broad. And I think that's what's complicated about this case. People are more so arguing about whether Diddy wasn't ish. And I think that's not even an issue. We all know he ain't. Like, people didn't like him before any of people had assumptions of what was going on. People seen Diddy with different women. People saw him on television. I mean, so I think it's real obvious, and he couldn't deny. You have to admit what you can't deny. And he did that. He probably has explanations. He doesn't have an excuse, but he has explanations to why he may have done the things he's done. But he was whooping on her. Okay. And we know that he was. But they have to prove prostitution, they have to prove ex trafficking, and they have to prove the RICO. Those are the ones that they have to prove in this case. So, yeah. Yes, I agree. I believe they overcharged him, but we'll see. We're only on the first week of like testimony. This is the second week of trial, technically, because the week before was jury selection. But yes, RICO was conspiracy, but it's racketeering conspiracy, and conspiracy is usually an agreement between two people. So, do I think as of now? But I'm just speculating because I don't have all the evidence. I don't got what the government has. Okay. But they do this every day. Those prosecutors are trying to move their docket. It's not personal for them, and they are doing good. But that's from Tyler Durden. Okay. Usually, so I don't want to say income. Sometimes it's just gain. You're getting some type of gain from it. So it's not necessarily money. If that answers your question about whether you got to prove that for a RICO. Sincerely blessed said, if a man is beat on you, will you stay for 11 years? Yes, there are women that have stayed for a whole lot more years than 11. I see it more so honestly in marriages, but of course, that's just my experience and from my lens. But yes, there are people that have stayed for 40 years, until they got out, and there'll be a expert that is going to talk about why she stayed and why she kept coming back. And you guys will also be very, very interested when we do the second half, because we ain't gonna get to that today. Towards the end, the last 2-3 years, honestly, they appeared to be cool. So it's very interesting. She was married and everything. He congratulated her on her pregnancy. Said she was gonna be a great mom. And he acknowledged, it's a long soliloquy, but he did acknowledge that I know it's by the grace of God that we're still here. The life that we was living and how we was living it, we should both be out of here. And he acknowledged that, he gave her the acknowledgement, and she said it in that, and it was like 2020-ish. He gave her the acknowledgement she always wanted, that she was a great woman. She was a ride or die for him. he knows she took a whole lot of ish from him, and that he wished her the best and was like, I hope you don't hate me. And she responded and said, no, I don't hate you. And she said that on the stand. Like, as of yesterday, while all these women is pissed, she ain't even mad no more. She said she don't hate him. And she said that then. Basically, she had love for him at that time. He was a part of her past. And she's almost phrased it like she knows this was just a bad DV relationship. So the long, he went into his love era where he was, all of a sudden all sugary and stuff. I have my speculations why he went into the love era, but maybe he did go get some help and went and got some treatment, went on his spiritual journey. I don't know. Oh yeah, I'm sure she is traumatized. My list journey said if they say this is not the man's fault. Some people feel that way, some people feel that way, just like you feel. Some people feel like, where is the accountability for women that choose to stay? And there's some validity to that of, so you're making unwell men be responsible for making sure that they don't treat you in their unwellness. People can only love to the capacity they know how. And you'll learn that the longer you live. And don't expect you out of other people. So basically they are charging him almost with having the ability to create boundaries and making her feel better about herself or demand more. Like that's what some people are looking at it too. So it'll be interesting how the jury feels. So no. So he told her to go listen to The Lady in My Life over and over. Huh? Andrea said, I think her demons in 2023 that led to try to walk in traffic and her subsequent sobriety gave her the clarity to try to get justice for herself. So she did not get treatment, I guess, at a real like center or something. She went to some trauma therapy. And she's been sober since 2022. She broke up with Diddy in 18. So even she got with her husband while she was still kind of messing with Diddy. So she got with him in 18. So, and there's gonna be some stuff that like occur in this transcript. But so she got with him in 2018. And so even while she was with her husband and had maybe her first kid, it sounds like she still had addiction to opiates. And so she's been clean off of opiates, but I guess they give you another substance to take every day. Like how they have those meth clinics, if you have those, apparently she takes a pill every day that helps with her sobriety. I'm not as familiar when it comes to opiates, but she has to take something in order to remain, I guess, sober. So yeah. You said they taper you off. Okay. She's been on for the last couple of years and it came up in the thing. Came up in the trial. V. Eamon said Cassie wanted stardom. She sold her soul the devil to get it. I think we have a reasonable doubt. Plus, she got 30 million. Her husband reads bum to me. So that came up as well, of which she got 10 million. She got 20 million from Diddy. She got 10 million literally a week ago. She sent a demand to the Intercontinental Hotel, which is what we do before you file a lawsuit and civil suits. Intercontinental Hotel was like, what you want? They gave her the $10 million for that video, I guess, being released. And or maybe allegedly somebody taking it off or bribing. I don't know exactly what. I didn't read the demand on what her allegation was while she was gonna sue. Maybe invasion of privacy, but if that's the case, Diddy might want to go throw his hat in there too. But she got 10 million from the hotel. At the time, right before she filed her lawsuit, She and her husband and her two kids were living. They moved from LA to Connecticut to live with her parents. So they were setting up that she was strapped for cash when she right before she filed this lawsuit. Her husband was a personal trainer, as you guys know. That was their only income at that time. And she was about to go on tour, but when she got that money in 24 hours, that 20 million, she made other plans. Okay. She didn't go on tour. And so she canceled it. And they asked her why. And she basically said, no, it wasn't because she got the money. It was because after she filed the lawsuit, she wasn't in the mental state. Like she felt overwhelmed. Yeah, she was about to go on tour. Sure was. You didn't know that? Mm-hmm. Y'all, please hit the like button because you know my sister don't be playing that. She don't be playing them games. She over there doing the math. She said the math ain't macking. Monica said, "Love how you present the legal part." Thanks. By the way, where's J Lo? J Lo. She said, "I'm still Jenny for the block." She done blocked her way up out of there. Everybody done Harlem shake themselves up out of the spotlight being connected to Diddy. If they could wash any pictures they got on the internet, they probably done paid Google to try to get rid of those pictures. The only ones that is running to them courthouse is down at Showstoppers. Show stop. They about to go in there and they well not Don Richard is a different situation. Because Don Richard was still working with Diddy. She was on the Love app. She was a part of the Love album because I think she said she didn't get paid or she didn't get paid what she was supposed to. She worked with him on the Love album. That was like 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, whatever. She also was going to be a part of, they were going to reboot Making the Band, and she was going to be a judge. Something happened where it didn't go down, but she was a part of it. So hers is going to be interesting. What's going to happen on Monday is there going to be arguments to limit her testimony because she got on there and she started talking about the incidents where she seen him basically whooping on Cassie. I think it's been established. Of course, his team was like, objection. This is domestic violence. This has nothing to do with any of these darn counts. And so, of course, the judge got pissed. Like, why ain't you filed something before now? So, probably on Monday, what is going to happen is that they're going to try to limit her testimony as to what she can talk about. I surmise with Aubrey O'Day, it would be the same thing as well. Aubrey, though, she been going for Diddy's throat since he embarrassed her on TV. All right. She been talking about this fool for years. So when she got that subpoena, she probably went over to Hobby Lobby and had them professionally frame that subpoena. And she been sitting there. She probably got it on the wall. If she didn't live in New York, she probably went and got an Airbnb from the day she got subpoenaed. Went down there, been sitting there in the living room looking at that framed plaque of her being subpoenaed. That's how happy she is. Thank you so much, Monica, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Only me. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. He did. He treated her like trash. He did, Mel C. And the thing with Danity Kane is it was on TV. So would that make like MTV or other entities a part of this as well? Because everything dang it, well, I'm sure there were things behind the scene that didn't make television like anything. But to me, he was doing the most on the show. To me, like he was talking to them, like waking them up in the middle of the night, walking, play, doing like he was doing the most on the show. Because why? You agreed, and I'm sure their contract probably has all types of disclaimers on assaults and health risks and all type of stuff because reality show is what it is. People are trying to see drama. When you have something, the most wholesome reality show that probably went anywhere would be like Run's House. for those that remember that show. But reality shows without drama is a flop. Everyone watch. You think you watch something like Married to Medicine because you're like, oh my gosh, I see these professional black people that are doctors. This is gonna be great. No, it's the drama. Who don't like who husband did that? If this husband is in the closet, this person fighting this person talked about somebody behind their back on a hot mic. Like that's what sells. So I remember one of the making the bands where everybody got into it because I think Sarah wanted to talk to her kids. It was something because it was always something where she was my husband, my kids all through the show. And so she wanted to talk to her kids, and she was like, no, my son, you know how she talked, my son is in the hospital right now. I need to see, do I need to fly back? Because I'm just gonna leave. And but they're mad at me because I have a family. That she used to be real, aggressive with her talking. And she was about to fight somebody, and Diddy was on the little, you know how they do the interview part. Diddy was like, fight, fight, fight. Finally, there's a fight. So this is what they like. This is what they went on the show for. Like that's what they did. Good afternoon. Do you think Sarah's gonna testify? I don't know, but I'm sure she will. She filed a lawsuit too. If they called her, she'll be running. And that's another thing. People are saying, why did Cassie testify and she got the money? Well, she didn't have a choice. When you get subpoenaed, you don't have a choice. Like you gotta, what you gonna tell? I'm busy. No, you get subpoenaed. That's what you about to do. You about to come to court. So yeah. Anyway, let me see something. P5. Let me try to get to this transcript because I could talk to y'all all day. Okay. So this was going to be the start of yesterday in the transcript. This is why reality TV doesn't really entertain me. I don't watch any of them. I get the 411 from my favorite YouTube CCs. I love their reviews and commentary due to their personalities, not the show. Yeah, I don't watch it either. And there are people that are so like, it got crazy. Like that stuff with like Melanie. I didn't know who none of these people was because I never watched Love and Marriage Huntsville. Folks was getting sued. People was in chats trying to really pull up on people over these people you don't know. Like y'all start a whole cult. I don't know. It's strange to me, but hey. Let me see. I think I got it. Okay. Anyway, mods, make sure you put the Cash App on there because these transfers cost a lot of money. We have a goal of 10 super chats. We have 3 right now. So make sure you hit them super chats too so that we can reach our goal. And make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already. Okay? Thank you so much. Now, let's get into it. So the jury comes in. And the first question from Diddy's team is, we finished our conversation yesterday talking about the intercontinental and the drug use that was going on that evening, right? Yep. And you previously told the government that you believe that Mr. Combs was blacked out for the intercontinental event. Isn't that right? I believe that he was intoxicated. Yeah. Thank you. You believed he was blacked out, right? Everybody's definition of blackout is different. You use the word blackout. Sure. Thank you. She had a little bit too many questions there of the same. So then she said, can we pull up government exhibit B631, page 6 in the evidence? Can you read the bottom of the message that you sent to Mr. Combs, please? When you get effed up the wrong way, and then there was an objection because apparently it wasn't in the evidence. She apologized, it gets admitted, all of that good stuff. So now she got to read it. When you get effed up the wrong way, you always want to show me that you have the power and you knock me around. I'm not a rag doll. I'm someone's child. When you say when you get effed up the wrong way, you meant that he took too many drugs, right? I meant that he was out of control. So this is what I'm talking about. I gotta stop here. You are not supposed to ask questions that you don't know the answer to. So if you don't know that she meant that, then why would you ask that type of question if you really could not really deduce? If there was no other definition outside of that, then okay. But if there's other things that she could say, that's what you guys are interpreting it as. That doesn't necessarily mean that's what she is interpreting that. And the thing is, to say he was out of control, part of the issues and stuff is control because she feels like she has no control. So you have to be very careful with that. Okay. So then she says, because now you got to keep asking questions to get more clarity of what this out of control means. So now it's like, because of the amount of drugs that he had taken, right? And alcohol. And alcohol. He often combined drugs with alcohol, right? Yes, we both did. Thank you. Can we show just the witness defense exhibit 1080, please? She apologized. It was really 1090. Miss Ventura, do you recognize this exchange as a conversation between you and Mr. Combs on March 9th, 2016? Yep. We are just 3 days after the Intercontinental incident, right? Yes. So I want you guys to kind of pay attention to the befores and the afters and the dates because there's a lot of dates going on. It's not necessarily in order. And some of the stuff they're trying to get you to see their relationship even after this video is what she's trying to show, like their interactions after the video aired. Not the video, after the beating that we saw on the video, because it wasn't like it was on show, but after the beating on the video, what their interactions were is what they're trying to pull out. So you can see, like, was she mad? Did she not want to talk to him anymore? Like, what was the interactions? So she said yes to the 3 days after the Intercontinental incident. Mr. Combs says to you, I'm so horny for you, right? So then there's an objection that it's not into evidence again. See, that's why I said they was kind of all over the place. They didn't know what was admitted already, what wasn't admitted. Instead of kind of going through, you kind of go through on both sides and you try to stipulate or agree to what should be admitted and what's not. Of course, there's going to be some parts of text message specifically they'll try to say is hearsay or they don't want, and those are what you argue in front of the judge before the jury comes in, and you try to admit as much as you can. If the judge overrules or they object to it, then that probably will be one you have to form the foundation and then put it in as proposed exhibit 5, and then formulate the foundation with your witness and then move to admit it, because the other side obviously is going to object. And even though you move to admit it, if they object, even if the judge said overrule before off the rec, like before the jury, they're still going to probably say I still have the same objection. The judge is going to overrule it, but then you can still admit it once it goes in, but you cannot talk about evidence that's not admitted yet. So it seems like a few times they've thought they've admitted evidence that wasn't admitted yet. So you can't have a reading stuff that's not admitted, and the government is on it. Like, they're paying attention. They probably got a whole list of everything, even though it's 1,000 exhibits. They got everything listed on what's admitted and what's not, because typically we'll keep a piece of paper to show when it's proposed exhibit 1, proposed, and then once we get it admitted or stipulated, then we'll check and put it's admitted. So you can always make sure that the court reporter has all of your exhibits that are admitted, the judge knows all the exhibits that's admitted, and of course before you start trying to talk about something that's not admitted. So it just seems like, it's 1,000 of y'all over here. You should kind of know what's admitted and what's not. Okay. Anyway. Oh, let me go on because they're talking about this. They approaching. Okay. So the question is, do you recognize this as an exchange between you and Mr. Combs? Yes. Move to admit. So now she said, I thought they were admitted. The court said already admitted. See what I'm saying? Y'all admitting stuff that ain't admitted and not admitting stuff that should be admitted. It's just a lot going on. So then she says, can we start at the beginning? Mr. Combs says, I'm so horny for you with 3 exclamation points, right? She says, yes. This is only a couple of days after the Intercontinental, right? Yes, I think so. And you say, you are? And then why? What made you feel that way? Right? Mm-hmm. When people say mm-hmm in the transcript, you got to stop them from saying mm-hmm. So you don't have no discrepancies on what the answer was. So you say, is that a yes? This is a yes or a no because it's being transcribed. So you have to prompt them and say, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but we do have a court reporter and she's taking everything down. And we want to make sure that your answer is what we have that's correct. So we don't have shakings of the head. We don't have even though that's our everyday conversation. So I need you to say yes. And it's a lot of in here. So they probably should have said, is that a yes? And it should be, oh, yes, I'm sorry, because that's just how we talk every day. And so a lot of times witnesses do that. But anyway, are you reacting that way because it's a little unusual that he would say he was horny for you after what happened? Right? Yeah. It's a little strange given the events of the past few days, right? A little strange, yeah. Can we go to the next page? And he said, I felt that way from Friday. What are you doing? Right? Yep. You say, not a good vibe. Right? Right. This is him sending you a suggestion to have sex shortly after the Intercontinental. Right? Objection overruled. Um, he is proposing having sex or some sexual activity with you after the Intercontinental, right? He is saying how he feels. I don't know if that's sex. You took it as a suggestion to have sex shortly after the incident, right? I mean, I don't know exactly at this point. You say in response, not a good vibe, right? Which makes sense because it's a little odd that he would be suggesting something like that after the Intercontinental. Yeah. So basically, something must have been going on with him if he talking about he said he horny, he want to have sex after he just beat her up a couple of days ago. So then the attorney says, "Can we go to the next message, please?" What do you say at the top? We need a different vibe than Friday. By what you mean we need to do something different from what happened on Friday, right? A departure, yeah. A departure from what had happened at the Intercontinental, right? For sure. Because what had happened at Intercontinental was terrible, right? Yes. You acknowledge that. Yes. He says in response, F Friday, right? Yep. And LOL, right? Yes. So you done beat her up and you talking about F what happened? LOL. No, ninja, we not gonna F what happened. You do it again, I'ma F you up. Okay, I digress. Can we go to the next message, please? What does he say at the top? I don't even want to do that again. By that, you took it to mean that he does not want to do whatever happened at Intercontinental again, right? That is what I would guess, but I don't know specifically. And that would include the violence that ensued in the hallway, right? I would think so. And potentially the amount of drugs that he was taking on Friday, right? What do you say in response? LOL, true. There was nothing funny about that. And he says, what are you doing again, right? Yep. Can we go to the next message? You say at Condé Nast for my Vogue interview. He says, you're a star. Know that. You're the ish, right? Right. Can we go to the next text? Mr. Combs says, this is the sweetest card I ever got. I love you, right? Is this a continuation? Yes, I guess so. Yep. Can we go to the next page, please? You say love you in response, right? Yes. And you meant that when you sent it, right? Yeah. Your Honor, I have an objection. La, da, 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 da. Okay, let's proceed. Can we pull up government exhibit B-606 and B607? I believe these are already in evidence, but Ms. Johnson will correct me. They sure will, because they've been correcting you this whole time, ma'am. She said they are. We got our stuff in order over here. We know what's in and what's out. Miss Ventura, you remember testifying about these photos, right? Yes. Why did you take these photos of your face? I honestly don't know now. When they came up, it was a surprise to me because I didn't remember it. Is it fair to say that you didn't remember much from that day? No, I just didn't remember taking these photos. Please take them down. Mr. Combs went to a rehab facility about a month following the Intercontinental event, didn't he? I don't know. Would it help to refresh your recollection? Sure. Oh, so he tried to get some help, it sounds like, after that. Can you please show just on the screen? We don't need any audio, just for the witness, 1278, please. In the meantime, while that is getting pulled up, Miss Ventura, do you recall an incident when Mr. Combs suspected you of cheating on him with someone in August of 2018? Our relationship was over by then. Excuse me? August of 2016? Oh, I do recall. And you know who I'm referring to. Yes. And Mr. Combs was at your apartment at a certain point in August 2016 when he learned that this relationship or suspected that this relationship was going on, right? Yeah. No, it wasn't at my house though. Were you in a car? We were in a car. You were in a car? Yeah. You received a call on the phone, right? No. How did Mr. Combs learn about the information that suggested that you were having an affair with someone else? I actually am not sure, you know. Do you want to tell us what happened when he suspected you of cheating and ultimately took your phone? That's what I'm getting at. At this point, we was also not in a great place. This was right before my 30th birthday, I think. Yeah, I was dating someone else, and I'm not sure how he found out, but I took a drive with him to a doctor's appointment, and he told me to hit my mom and tell her I was okay. When I unlocked my phone, he grabbed my phone and ran out of the car. He's so petty. Yes, he did. He like, what the heck? What in the second grade is going on here? Oh my gosh. And that's because he saw something on your phone that suggested that you were cheating. Objection, you need to rephrase. What made him grab your phone from your perspective? Cuz he's petty. That's what she should have said. From my perspective, would be because he was trying to get in it and read what was in my phone. Then he took it and left, right? Down Wilshire, yeah. Like he was really like running, like he was in a marathon. You were upset by that. Yeah. And it was a big fight between the two of you, right? It really wasn't a fight because he was gone. Excuse me? I don't mean fight as in physical altercation. There was no physical altercation, right? And that's another thing. The attorney has to be very careful with the words being used because of all of this violence. You don't want to use words like fight when it was just a verbal, you say a verbal disagreement. Like, you have to be careful because everybody start people are already looking at him like, so he was just beating her every day. Like, you don't even want to give that impression. No, he was just gone. It was just an argument and he took your phone. That's what should have been said in the first place. He took my phone. Yep. How long did he take your phone for? It was a couple of hours before the police were called. Who called the police? My mother. And she called the police because she was concerned about you, right? I returned home with no phone and she asked me where it was and I told her and she said, I'm going to call the police. And her reaction was out of concern for you, right? Of course, yes. Because your phone hadn't returned yet, right? It was gone, yeah. And at some point later in the day, you did get your phone back, correct? I did. Did you ever learn whether or not Mr. Combs had looked through your phone? I believe he looked through my phone. I believe he also spoke to somebody on my phone. He spoke to the person that you were having an affair with, right? I believe so. I wasn't there. And that person is a professional NFL player, right? I don't know if he is now. He was at the time. Yep. And Mr. Combs was insanely jealous over this event, right? I guess you could call it that. He was always upset with you when he suspected of cheating, right? If I was with anyone else besides him, yeah. I don't know that I would call it cheating at that point. Sorry. If he thought that it was cheating, you understood that he thought it was cheating, right? No, when you're not with somebody, it's not cheating. But I feel like that's a technicality in a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. We weren't married. So if that's the case, if you wasn't married, then that mean Diddy could have been out here doing what he want to do with that. Either you're in a monogamous relationship or you're not. So now she said it's a technicality because she wasn't married. So she ain't cheat on him because they wasn't married. Oh, Jesus. Star Bell said he can, but she can't. I think he said that already. I think he told her that. Like that was his expectation. Look at Neo. He basically has four girlfriends, and he said that they have to be monogamous to him. Some men are like that. They want their appetite. They feel like they're being honest with you with all the women they messing with. And they're like, but you can't see nobody else. Cassie may have wanted to stay in a lot of mess too because she didn't want to be replaced and maybe thought being young minded that if I do all these things, he will make me wife or help my career. Rich, she pretty much said that she didn't want to see him with anybody else. That was part of what she said. Thank y'all so much. Cherry Hill said, even though I have my opinion, all the evidence and witnesses have yet to be presented. I wouldn't want the jury to come to a final conclusion without all of the facts being presented. I agree with you, Cheryl Hill. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Patrina, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Mocha Pam said, love the way you get in character and also explain the parts. Thank you for supporting and thank you for the super chat. HTTR95 said, I think he beat the case. Sorry, guys. Well, the government not done, but I think they doing all right. But I think, we'll see. Granny the Great, thank you so much for the generous super chat. You said, because I'm nosy, add this to the document fund. Thank you. Always curious and love your commentary. Thank you. Thank you. I choose Joy Carlotta for the super chat. Thank you, Darcy. Thank you, Katrina Darcel. I appreciate that. All right, y'all. Let's get back to regularly scheduled programming. Much better said Nick Cannon said the same thing. I can so that's what I'm saying. Like, I get what people are saying, like, but he can't, she can't do it, but he can. These celebrities be thinking that if you want to be with me, just Neo said he wish he would have done it a long time ago. He thought he had to just be in a monogamous relationship. He didn't realize there are women out here willing to share. And so when he learned that he can have a polyamorous relationship, when he realized he can do that, then he's like tells people up front, this is what I expect. Either you down or you not down. And it's women that have been down. That's why I said we can't look at people's situationships based on our lens and what we morally think something should be, because everybody doesn't think the same thing. Everyone doesn't believe in marriage like you may believe in marriage. Like everybody doesn't believe in commitment like you may believe in commitment. So we have to look at it and try to stick to the elements. That's why I brought up what racketeering was. And we can go over what the prostitution is in a minute as well. But I think we have to stay focused because we'll get caught up on our moralistic mindset when it comes to these facts. And I've seen people Google and ask Chat GPT, and they say, oh, the government has proven. And of course, it's the people, a lot of people that have been slighted or done wrong by Diddy, and they want to see him go to prison. Like they want to see it because it's a personal thing. He has a lot of people that hate his guts. And so you got people like Danity Kane that picked out their outfit like the first day of school when they were called to get subpoena. They was out there like, you remember when the first day of school came and you had your new school clothes and you were like, okay, I'm going to wear this. You know, the first day though, you always wore old clothes because you wanted the people with the new clothes to be done with their new clothes before you busted out with your new Jordans. You know what I'm saying? So they already done put out their outfits because they was happy to testify against him. But this is what you have created because you treated people bad. You can treat people how you want to, but you cannot control how they react. So yeah, you can treat people how you want to if you choose to. You can have freedom of speech. You can do all of that. But you don't know when it comes back around to you in the plant. You reap what you sow. If you plant a certain seed, you're gonna reap. You're gonna reap. That's just the nature of how this world works. And so now the people you've done wrong, they're not gonna sit there and have your back. They're gonna tell you, "Oh yeah, he did me wrong too." Especially the ones who were relying on you for their careers. A lot of people are nothing without Diddy. Let's be clear. Danity Kane, the people they've all come day 26. They've done shows. They not getting no spotlights like they were getting with Diddy. And what I don't agree with, like, okay, he did shelf after I guess the first album. He did not do anything for Cassie after that. She's had like other records that have come out. She's been in movies, her songs have been in movies she was in, and all of this stuff, right? After Diddy, she has had somewhat of trying to have a career, and she was going to go on tour. That ain't had nothing to do with Diddy. So all of this stuff has happened, but Diddy has a habit of getting you a nice little platinum album and a Grammy award winning and then selling your stuff off to somebody and moving on with his life. He is never in from what I see, he's just not a longevity artist keeper. Like he'll get you one good album. You better capitalize off that ride because after that, you don't know if you're gonna see it again. Thank you, Remary, for the documents. I appreciate that. Pam, you just reminded me of the man in the phone store flirting with me, saying his wife don't trust him. All my talk was my husband, my husband. That's how you got to be. I remember going to like going to the post office, and the guy was like, "Oh my God, I think you are so fine." He was like, "Can I get your number?" And he showed his wedding ring. He was like, "I'm just letting you know I'm married." I was like, "You this what we doing now?" Rolled my window up and kept it moving. Like, come on, are you serious? Like, he literally was like, "I'm married though." Showed his ring, but I still want to get to know you. And it's just a different day. People do different things. That's all I'm gonna say. Red said Cassie can't sing, and honestly, Diddy being a producer who would push her plus it's business. I'm gonna agree. I like Cassie, but I don't think she can sing either. This is just my opinion. I think that Cassie was back in the day, if you guys were a 90s person, a lot of things were about your look more than anything. If you had an attraction and a sex appeal, they can get you a good beat. Back then, a lot of it was the popcorn corn songs. They'll get you a good beat And if they really wanted to push you, look at Kelly Price. Kelly Price had a great voice, but she was actually behind the scenes on albums doing hooks, but they would not let her to be on the videos. They would have other women. So that's what they pushed back then more than they did talent. If you can dance, she could hold a note. And she's like a studio artist. Studios can make sure that they fix the little quirks and all of that. But as far as like you not a Kiki Wyatt or you know what I'm saying? Like she wasn't no Destiny, no Beyonce. Like she wasn't like that. She was just okay. And I think Diddy has always proven that he can almost make anybody into a star. And that might have been one of his motivating factors. He tried to prove like you could be an okay artist. So it's all about being connected to me. Cause it was probably a lot of people that was like, shoot, if Cassie could get an album, I can get an album. So then they come trying to perform in front of him, and then people are willing to compromise and do a whole lot of stuff just to get an album. But Hollywood has always been a weird place with a lot of horrible things that have happened, and so it's not anything new. The ancestor said I went back and watched the 106 in Park show, not even a middle school talent show. You see what I'm saying? And 106 in Park was like a make or break career. If Diddy did not come out and say everybody makes mistakes, it's all good, he probably helped salvage her career because people were not forgiving when you went on 106 in Park. Like that was what it was back then. Thank you, Trudy, for the cash app. I appreciate that. Trust your heart, but use wisdom said, hey, sis, I mean, the reason that it didn't go down anymore because she left, because he kept trying to ex trafficker and sleep with her. The facts will show it was more. And it may. We in the beginning, sis. I got you. We in the beginning. Shay B said Diddy didn't pay his artists and he held their publishing rights hostage. So did he hold them hostage or did they sign these 360 deals or these bad contracts? So we can't say that. Like, oftentimes when you sign to a record deal, unless you have someone negotiating your contract, and back then people just signed whatever because they were gatekeepers. We don't have that issue as much now, but you gave up your publishing. So if you contract and you give your publishing up, is he holding it hostage? You just have to wait. Like, and that was in most of record labels because you have people like I think it may have been, man, one of the old school rappers just the other day was saying they just learned their their copyrights, their publishing and stuff, their masters reverted back to them. So after a certain amount of years, people don't know this, but it can revert back to the owner. So you have to make sure you're ready on your calendar to go swoop your stuff up when the time comes for you to get your reverted back to you. But yes, people are willing to give up their publishing because labels take a risk and people don't look at it like that. Everybody is not a guarantee. So it's like me taking a case on contingency. I can't guarantee that a jury's going to award you $2, but I can guarantee I got to pay for experts. I got to pay for deposition transcripts. I got to pay for filings. I got to print stuff. I got to have staff on your case. Or I can guarantee that. So I might come out of 50,000 and not make a dollar. And so when you have record labels, that's their business. They want some type of they give you upfront money like you went with TLC, and then they have all the costs come out of it. So I signed $1 million deal. I got $1 million upfront upfront that they paid me $1 million. You get the $1 million, but then you don't know a lot of that stuff for your artist, your management, your art, like your makeup artist, your clothes, your costs, all this stuff. You're not gonna see none of your royalties until all of that is recouped. I think it was like with TLC, they bought them cars, and that was a part of like that was a part of your stuff. So people didn't understand the industry, and it can be complicated back then, and they wanted to keep it complicated because what do they tell you? Like when it came to slavery, if you want to keep something from a black person, put it in a book. So with contracts, people didn't read them. Want to keep people away from knowing what's going on in their business side, put it in a contract. So they would give them a contract, had a little wine there that you being signed. You just geek because you like I'm with Diddy, and you don't realize every song you write, Diddy's gonna own. They just don't know. They don't know. They didn't know how the industry went. Power Dynamic said, "Thank you, Pam, for the commentary. I was hanging with you for your 5 hour marathon." Thank you so much for the super chat. Amazing Grace said the Wayans gave her a launching pad for her singing mess. Did they? Oh, I didn't know that. I'm learning something new. Cynthia said, but everybody said the same thing about Diddy when it came to him stealing their money. So everybody signed on purpose. Did they put their name on there? Diddy did not do anything without a contract, except it sounds like on this last album, it does sound like people was just coming in and just like doing stuff without contracts, which is mind blowing. But I know back then, we know with Cassie specifically, it was a joint venture. So she was already with signed with someone else who was with the guy Ryan Leslie that she was ended up dating and was with for like 3 years. It was something with that. It was a joint venture with Bad Boy. So we know it was contractual stuff going on because it was a joint situation. So yes, people sign bad contracts and then you blow up and then you look back like TLC, like I got Grammys, our album is diamond, and we broke. That's when you start digging into your contracts. People are reactive instead of proactive. Back then you were just geek that they wanted to sign you and you didn't care. You sacrificed basically the monetary for the fame. You wanted to be on stages. You want to do all that. Then after you see how big and blown up you are, you like, okay, now I want to live in a mansion. Now I want to drive me a Bentley. And then you start looking at, and then they tell you your portion of your royalty, we got a, 60-40, and your portion of your royalties is negative 500,000 because you haven't recouped yet from the money we put. Tours, all of that stuff, like they recoup that stuff. So it was so much to it that a lot of it was just bad contracts. And then like the 360 deals they had where they would make money off of everything you did. They made money off your merch. So if you sold t-shirts, they made money. If you did appearances, they made money. If you did a show, they made money. They made money off of everything you did. So yeah. Mel C said New Edition got $500 in a VCR. I heard, I can't remember the little bit of money that Stevie Wonder got, but allegedly, according to Martha Reeves, she was saying like, was it a washer and a dryer and a couple of dollars? It was something that was like, what? But it was little Stevie, okay? Like that was when he was young. When he first came into Motown, I want to say he was like 12 or something, 11. And he already knew how to play multiple instruments. So yeah, he literally, that's what they did. It was like a washer and a washer and a dryer, because that was a big thing to have your own if you from the hood in Detroit, and a couple of dollars or something. And then of course Stevie did his thing, and then by the time he was grown, because those contracts only last so much long when you were a kid. When he was an adult and he was like big and he was selling out shows on his own, he was able to direct his own negotiations, obviously, because what? You know what I'm saying? Like, because if you don't like agree with his, then you don't want to lose Stevie. If you don't agree with his what he who want to lose Stevie Wonder? So he was one of the ones I think that stayed on Motown the longest because you can almost direct it. But again, this is all alleged. I ain't represent none of these people. So I don't know what he got initially. That was just something that was relayed to me. Okay. So don't come after me, Steve, if you got a couple of dollars more, all right? Because I ain't got it. I don't think Ray Charles was about that life. He got paid dollar bills. Yeah. And then you had Aretha Franklin. She got paid in cash too. All of them, when they got slighted, they weren't playing with y'all. They was able to, I think it was like who was it? I think it was Aretha Franklin. Like she didn't care who you were. From a kid on, she was told to get her coin. So she always did. But yeah. Wayne Simpson said, whoever heard of a 10 album contract with no evidence of prior success? I guess it definitely would have geeked me up. You like, dang, you see that much potential in me. You want to do 10 you want to do a 10 album? Oh. Then the song that we know about her is that Me and You. And that was something that I think Ryan Leslie and them brought. So yeah, I don't know. Let's go. The fingertips little Stevie was 12. I love the Motown stories when you talk to like the people that were in Motown at that time, because that's y'all know I'm in Detroit. The stories are just fantastic. Like when I hear the stories from like Martha Reeves and all of that, they were just so fantastic. You like, dang, that is just and going like when I went to Motown Museum, I had her take me to Motown. And so she would show like this is where I sat at. This is the studio I was at. This is where Stevie when he first came in here and they had like a vending machine and they would keep certain coins on there. So when Stevie Wonder got out of school, he would come through the back door and he knew he had a special, I think it was a Baby Ruth he used to eat. And they had the exact coins on top of it from the little vending machine. And he would take it and put the coins in. So they still, so when people come, they still got coins sitting on top of it. Like Stevie Wonder gonna come in. Like she showed like when Marvin Gaye when they found out that he had died, where she was at and where the stuff came, like when she got the telegram from back then or whatever. So yeah, Motown is some interesting times, but he had so many different records. Barry Gordy did like record labels and he actually had some white people too that he had that he brought out. And with the black people, in order for people not to know that they were black to cross over, he never had their pictures on albums. So the albums would just be like art, so that if people listen to it, they would listen to it for the music instead of see melanin people on there and be like, we ain't buying that because they're black. So that's one of the ways he was able to market and was genius enough to know like we're just not even gonna put a face on it. So people are just gonna like our music and not know what the color of our skin is. Yeah. Yes, 400 likes, please. Please, please. All right, let's get back to the contract. I mean the contract. Lord have mercy. We talk about contract so much. Get back to the transcript. All right. So even when you were on breaks, he would get upset and jealous from your perspective when he learned that you were with someone else, right? Yeah. Even when you weren't with him. Agreed. And that bothered you because it meant that you couldn't go and date other people without him getting upset with you, right? Bothered? I don't know if that's the word. Fair to say that he would get upset whenever he found out about, or whenever he suspected you were with another man, right? The reason why that was objected to because there's too many speculative things in here that he found out about, that she was with another man. Like you have to have a foundation. Like, were you with other men while you were with Sean Combs? Yes. And did he ever suspect that you were with other men when you were with Sean Combs? Because really, it should be more leading questions instead of open ended questions. Because open ended questions give her too much time to explain. She's explaining a whole lot where she can say bothered. I don't know if that's you know what I'm saying? Really, you should be trying to do as many yes or no questions as you can. That's what you have is leading questions to create your story on cross examination. That's what defense have, and they're not utilizing it enough, in my opinion. So, if she wanted to ask this question, she should have set the standard where she said yes as to she dated other men, he found out about her other men, he suspected it. Then she could have said, fair to say that he would get upset whenever he found out. So there's no foundation and there's speculation because there's no foundation that she actually was with other men at this point or that he got upset about it. So that has to be like testimony that was provided. But anyway, she didn't want to clean that up. She just moved on. That was not the first time that he took your phone, right? No. He has taken your phone on other occasions too, right? Yes. That's typically so he could look through your phone, right? Objection. After he has taken your phone, tell us about other times that he has taken your phone. Other times he has taken my phone when he was angry at me about something, he would take a lot of things. On one occasion, he found out that you were dancing with another entertainer in the industry and took your phone, right? Can you re-ask? He found out that you were dancing with another person in the entertainment industry and was upset and took your phone, right? I honestly don't know. Do you remember the occasion when he suspected of you dancing with Chris Brown? I do, but I was not. I don't know. So then the judge said, sustain, these questions need to be rephrased. Like, you remember him taking your phone on that occasion? Absolutely. Don't remember what happened on that occasion besides the fact that I wasn't dancing with Chris Brown. Would it help to refresh your recollection? Sure. Can we show just the witness defense exhibit 1191, please? Can we go to the next page and the third from the bottom? Have you read it? Yes. Does that refresh your recollection? This is what I thought you were talking about. Yeah. I understand this is from years ago, from 2013. Yeah. So that might be why you didn't remember. Yeah. Do you remember that he took your phone after suspecting that you danced with Chris Brown? It says that in the message, but I don't really remember it. You can take that down, please. Okay. Were there any other occasions when he took your phone? Yes. Can you tell us about those? The only other general time where he would take my phone, my car, you see how she opened that up with all of these open-ended questions? So now she's saying he took my phone, my car, my watch, my passport was when he was angry about something. And she just says thank you. But you opened the door for all of this information to come in. Is Defense Exhibit 1278 ready for the witness? Does this reflect your recollection as to whether or not Mr. Combs was in rehab following the Intercontinental incident? I vaguely remember it, but I don't know that it was rehab. I don't really know where he was exactly. Okay, thank you. What do you remember from the period following the Intercontinental incident? What do I remember? Not a whole lot. I went back to or ended up in New York to do promo for the movie. After that, I don't really remember too much. Do you remember Mr. Combs going anywhere following the Intercontinental incident? He went to a lot of places. I don't know. Did he go to Sedona? He could have, yeah. That looks like Sedona. You're familiar with Sedona? Yes. You've also gone to rehab in Sedona. It wasn't a rehab, but I went to Sedona, yes. What is Sedona? That's a place in Arizona that has a lot of vortexes. Why did you go to Sedona? My purpose of going to Sedona was to take a break from the drugs and partying. I was there for about a week. I believe you referred to it as a spa yesterday. That was the Golden Door, which is a whole other place. I see. Thank you. You're welcome. She's a very polite witness. So she moves on to the next topic. Did we establish anything here before we moving on? Okay. In your direct testimony, you were asked about an occasion in March 2014 relating to someone named Sugan, right? Yes. You remember that testimony? Yep. You said on your direct that you had learned from Sugan that there was potentially a recording of you out there, right? Yep. And you were concerned about that because you thought it may have been one of the freak off videos. Correct. And you at some point were with Sugan and were asking him about this video, right? Yes. And I believe you testified that a security guard from Mr. Combs' staff was also there during this conversation or in relation to this conversation. That day they were, yeah, or that night. And I think you went through part of this government exhibit in discussing this, right? Yes, I believe so. And you suggested on your direct examination that Mr. Combs was encouraging you to get to the bottom of it with Sugan, right? Yes. Can we go to the next page, please, and the following page? Mr. Combs is asking you in these messages about this video. Yes. And he's asking, are you talking to him yet? Right? Yes, I see that. And he says, this is crazy. Don't let him out of your sight. WTF. Right? Right. Can we go to the next page, please? And he asks, what's going on? And you say, I don't think you understand how crazy this is. Right? Yep. And he says, the way you've been talking to me is crazier, man. You don't even know. Right? Right. Can we go to the next page? And you say, what's up in car? Hello. You think I should just hit Jess and say I want to talk to him on my own before, right? Yes. Next page, please. Can you please keep going? I see. Okay. Can you please bring up just for the witness defense exhibit 1057? Can you let the witness review this document first? Mm-mm-mm. They asked her if she reviewed it. Is this a conversation you had with Mr. Combs in March 11, 2014? It looks like it. How many pages was that, though? Just curious because we went a little bit past. Oh, I'm sorry. We haven't finished it. It was 7 pages. Did we go through it? Great. I don't know if I caught everything, but yes, it looks like a conversation between us. Then she moved to admit. Can you read from the top, or I'll read Mr. Combs and you read your bubbles? It says, remember you said it? Done. What did I do to you? You disappeared. Where were you? And watch what you asked for, right? Yep. I'm at the apartment. Are you serious? Obviously you're high. I'm not at all. Just trying to relax from the night it. It's 7:30 a.m. You're just up and you didn't get into my apartment until 4:45 a.m., which is crazy, and was hitting you to get an update. No answer. So where were you all that time and why were you busy to respond? I was checking my phone constantly and was hitting you back. I went to the party and came home. Because of everything going on, we didn't go in until 2:30. I'm up because it took this long to turn down. In the bed now. Why are you up? Next page, please. She says, was that part of the other message? I believe this is the next page if you like to keep reading. You're whack for lying to me about bitches coming to the house. I tried to just leave it, but you effing with me now. You aren't here, and all you've done is stress my nerves. You're really bringing up Sugan. You crazy. He's a grown man. I was trying to keep it cool. He hit me when I got home that he fell asleep. I don't know what you want to do anymore. I want to do whatever I can, but you just keep putting me down. I'm over here dealing with this on my own. I really hope you didn't get drunk and embarrass me, but I'm sure you did. Always great to hear itches. I mean, I done said it already, huh? Telling me ish I don't want to hear or know. And this is following the events with Sugan, right? Yeah, how many days was this? Is that like a day after? I see Miss Johnson is ready. Can I clarify with defense counsel one moment? Block to block to block to block. Okay. Let me go down. This is shortly after an occasion where you went to your brother's birthday party, right? I'm not sure if this is the same year or not. Well, this is a trip to New York and New Jersey that you went on in 2014, right? Okay. I'd have been like, yes or no. She's like, okay. And Mr. Combs was back in California, right? Yeah. You went to your brother's birthday party and got into a physical altercation there, correct? Yes. Can we pull up just for the witness defense exhibit 1198? If you could just review this page and then skip to the page that bears the number 1198.8 at the bottom. Okay. And review this page as well. Yep. On March 10th, 2013, you went to your brother's birthday party, right? Yep. At that birthday party, you got in a bar fight, right? Right. And you told Mr. Combs that you got in a bar fight and that you tried to kill a itch, right? Yes. It's what it says. Mm, So then they have a sidebar. We're not going to read that. She's in there having bar fights, allegedly, according to this. You said she wouldn't bust a. Keon said, Carter, how you know? She might be. She been taking them hits from Diddy. She might be able to sock a chick. You never know. It makes me think, is she protecting him with her testimony? That's from Mocha Pam. Some people have said that's what they think. Life with Me plus two says she definitely cannot sing, but I don't know about him pushing her or did he just use her? Ooh, Andre. I'm not even gonna put that on there because they're gonna be coming for my channel. Then I have to go off on these people in the comments. Lizzie Lee said Cassie isn't that polite. She's been coached how to testify. She definitely has. Yeah, she's definitely been she has her own attorney. Plus, the government has talked to her a couple of times, and she was told to try not to be combative, just answer the questions. Because that's the thing that the jury turns juries off a lot is when you start looking defensive, you start looking like your credibility is shot. But when you start looking like you're just really trying to answer the question and you're very, you try to be polite and all of that, then you look like you don't have anything to hide. The thing is that sometimes no matter how much you coach these clients, they do what they want to do. They lose it. They get mad. They'll say, and you always beat her and she never loved you or whatever. Like on cross-examination, they're like, what are you talking about? That's not true. That's not true. No, they still lose it. So that's why I said I think she's kept her composure being on the stand. And part of that, she's also pregnant. She's not just looking out for herself, but a whole nother life. But it don't matter how much you coach some people, they're still going to get on there and they're going to show their behind when someone says something they don't like. And I can guarantee you the other side is going to say something that you don't like. So, yeah. So, here we go. In March 2014, you did have that conversation with Sugan, and I believe it was in Atlantic City, right? Yes. And you recorded that conversation, right? Yes. Ooh, they got a recording. Move to admit defense exhibit 1217A. Mm-mm-mm. Can we begin playing at the 16:30 mark, please? And then they play the audio. They didn't say what was on the audio. They got audio played. Well, what it say? Whose voice is that we're hearing? That's Sugan's voice. I am abbreviating this audio recording so we don't have to listen to a half hour. Can you help set the scene for us in terms of what's going on in this audio recording? Where are you? At this point of this audio recording, I believe we're in Atlantic City. I had just hosted a set of parties the night before. And you reviewed this audio recording this morning before taking a stand. I did, yes. Can you please keep playing? They played it again. That's your voice talking to Sugan, right? Yes. They kept playing. That's you on the audio recording, right? Yep. And at this time, Mr. Combs was in California, correct? I believe so. And there were other occasions when you were afraid that video recordings were going to be released of freak off activities, right? There might have been some other instances. I don't remember specifically. This wasn't the only time that happened. Uh huh. And Mr. Combs was also concerned about the prospect of videos being released, right? She can't testify on to what he can or cannot. Like, so then she had to rephrase the question. Did you know whether or not Mr. Combs expressed concern about these videos also being released? When? Have you ever witnessed Mr. Combs express concern about these videos being released? Now, that's the proper question. Have you ever witnessed Mr. Combs express concern about these videos being released? Yes. And Mr. Combs always supported you in not wanting these videos to come out and prevented these videos from coming out. I would say, for the most part, there was an escort that you met named Mr. Jonathan Adi a few times, right? Yeah. Y'all remember Jonathan Adi? That's the one that went to Mar-a-Lago in Florida with the GUN for our president of this here divided states of America. Went there and got arrested. And then when he was in the interrogation, he started bringing up Diddy and said he was the ex-slave, and he spilled all their tea. And then about a week ago, and people couldn't weigh whether he was just like delusional, whether he had some psychiatric issues. Nobody knew. Like, is this real? Is this not real? But it didn't come out until after like all these Diddy lawsuits and stuff came about. So apparently she's confirming that he was a part of this, which means some of the things he probably said in that interrogation was true. Also, about a week ago, there was a NDA that was floating around, of which he allegedly got paid $5 million. I wasn't sure if it was real, but it kind of looked like it might be that he did an NDA. You said you want me to reread that part about Audie? Okay. There was an escort that you met named Mr. Jonathan Odie, whatever his name is, a few times, right? She said, right. Do you know who I'm referring to? Yeah. At some point, you understood that he taken a secret video of you and Mr. Combs, and he had a freak off, right? I thought he did, yeah. When you found out about that, you spent some amount of time, several months, trying to make sure that it went away, right? I did not. Mr. Combs did? Yeah. You understood that Mr. Combs spent a great deal of time and money to make sure that video went away, right? I didn't know any of the details. So it sounds like he probably did pay him, not necessarily for the things he's saying he got paid for, to go away because he may have had a video and Cassie was concerned about it getting out. Were you aware that he spent a significant amount of money to make sure that the video did not get released? No. Mr. Combs will make sure that a video did not get released, right? I was asked, they objected. When you found out that Mr. Hold on, do you know the rule? I'm moving forward. We did get the answer. Okay. When you learned that Mr. Audie had taken a secret recording of you, that ended your relationship with him, right? I believe so. You never would have had a freak off with him ever again, right? No. I'm not going to play anything, but you also had a conversation with Mr. Audie that was transcribed, right? Or recorded. Recorded. I don't remember, but it sounds familiar. And you were very concerned about the situation with Mr. Audie, right? Yeah, he seemed like a volatile personality, right? I don't know about volatile. I just didn't trust him. Yeah, he seemed kind of off, is what he seemed like. He was threatening to release a sex video of you, right? I don't know that he actually did that. I don't know. I'm sorry. You don't know if he threatened to release the video? I don't remember. You just remember learning that he did have a video. I was in the room with him and I saw the phone up, and so I told Sean about it right after. But you were concerned that he was recording at the time, right? Yes. And when you raised that concern with Mr. Combs, he did all that he could to get rid of Mr. Adi, right? Objection, sustain. How would she know that he did all he could to get rid of? You see what I'm saying? How the question is, some of that information she doesn't have personal knowledge of. She don't know everything he did. She sound like she don't know part of what he did. What happened when you told Mr. Combs about your suspicion that Audie was recording you? He said, I'll take care of it. That's the most I remember. To your knowledge, Mr. Combs was also concerned about recordings of him getting out, right? Yep. Mr. Combs is a celebrity, as we've already established, right? Yes. And these would have been embarrassing to him had they been released, right? Yes. Just as they would have been embarrassing to you had they been released. I guess it depends on what content. Yeah. Had a sex video you been released, it would have been embarrassing, right? For sure. That's why you were so upset in that audio recording as you just heard, right? Yeah. What is Cowboy for Angels? It's an escort service that's online. There's an individual named Guerin who's the head of the agency, right? Yes. This escort service was also featured in a reality television show, right? From what I hear, yep. A show called Gigolos, I guess it's supposed to be Gigolos on Showtime. Cowboys for Angels was a Showtime television show called Gigolos, right? Yes, I think so. And that television show also featured an escort that you had invited to a freak off, right? There was a show about the escort service. Did y'all know that? Did you guys know that there was a show, literally a legal show about these alleged escorts? Wow. Mm. You were concerned that individuals from Cowboy for Angels that you were hiring were also participating in a reality television show, right? Yes, because you did not want the fact of your freak offs to be on a reality show, right? Right. You understood that the reality TV show followed these escorts around, right? I don't know because I didn't see it, but I would guess so. There was a time when one of the escorts from Cowboy for Angels was leaving comments on Mr. Combs' picture on social media, right? Oh my. I am not. Can we just show just the witness defense exhibit 1395 and go to page 6? Do you recall a Cowboy for Angels escort leaving comments on Mr. Combs' pictures? Oh, I see it, but I don't remember this incident. You and Mr. Combs obviously wanted to keep this private, right? Yep, we did. That's why you wanted to make sure the escorts you hired were discreet, right? Yes. Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1083? Okay, they withdrew it. Mr. Combs says, do you want me to tell the truth? It's way deeper than iPads, right? Then the government said, just to clarify, that message is not from Mr. Combs. So then their attorney has to apologize. Miss Ventura, you say, do you want me to tell the truth? It's way deeper than iPads, right? Right. Can we go back up? I guess skip one. Mr. Combs says, I'll pull up and handle it face to face. No threat, facts. And you will not be threatening me. You have too many iPads full of skeletons. If I was you, I would get me my money because we both have better things to do with our lives. I really don't want no problems. I got it from here. I tried, right? Oh, so he thought she was threatening him when she said, do you want me to tell you the truth? It's deeper than iPads. Oh, wow. Cinch says, right. And he was accusing you of having iPads, right? That's what it says. Yeah. And if we scroll back down, you say it's way deeper than iPads, right? Right. And you testified that when you said it's way deeper than iPads, you were referring to physical assault, right? The relationship as a whole. Yeah. Just as a reminder, this text exchange was after your breakup, right? Oh yeah. So then they confirmed with the government on a whole bunch of exhibits. And so they're entering all of these at the same time, which probably should have been, okay. Okay. So then they're going to exhibit 1,000. You say to Mr. Combs, can you read your message to Mr. Combs, please? From the top? Yes. Now they confirm back with counsel. Okay. Miss Ventura, who took these photos? My mother. How did you provide them to the government without disclosing any communication with counsel? I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry. How did I give? Do you have possession of these photos? I do. In what form do you have possession of these photos? They're just photos in my iPhone. They're photos in your iPhone? Yeah. You testified that after the Kid Cudi instance, you got back together with Mr. Combs, right? Yes. In fact, by January 1st, you were already back together with Mr. Combs, right? Yeah. And that was just shortly after the events in question, right? Was January 1st shortly after the Kid Cudi events you discussed on Direct? Yes, yep. Can we fast forward to September 2012 and pull up defense just for the witnesses? Mhm, mhm. Okay, so Mr. Combs says, so what you want to do, woman? And no, I'm not asking to FO. I want to know what you want to do, right? Yep. And you say, get something to eat, smoke, talk, or walk, right? Right. Can we scroll down and go to the next page? And the next page, we can take this exhibit down. I apologize. Miss Ventura, you spoke about the treatment facility that you went to in early 2023, right? Right. And that treatment facility is called the Willow House, right? Yep. And that was a 45-day inpatient treatment center, right? Correct. Because of the mental health problems you described on Direct, right? Yeah. And during that period of time, you had no family communication whatsoever, right? It was really sparse. Yeah, there was no phone. It was part of the rules of the facility, right? Correct. Did you review the website of Willow House prior to going? Actually, I don't remember. I might. I've seen it. Presumably, you would have if you're leaving your children for 45 days to go to this page. You wouldn't do the objection. It was withdrawn. You said on Direct that you've been clean since 2022, right? Yes, but you still take Suboxone. I do. Well, actually, no, that's not what I'm taking right now. What are you taking right now? I'm taking buprenorphine. Buprenorphine. What is that? It's Suboxone without naloxone. I'm not a doctor. I don't know exactly. What do you understand it to treat? Opiate addiction. And how long have you been on this medication? Since 2022. You were put on this medication following your treatment at the Willow House, right? When were you put on the treatment? In 2022. I went to treatment in 2023. So you were put on the treatment in 2022 and went to Willow House in 2023. Correct, yeah. And you testified on direct about the document that you wrote that you called a book, right? The form of a book, yep, titled The Dark Times, right? Yep. And you wrote that book following or during your stay at Willow House, right? Yeah. So I guess why after she stayed at the Willow House is when she started writing this book. It was following really. I started to write while I was there, but it wasn't really an idea while I was there. You began writing while at Willow House, your feelings. Yeah, healing. And that ultimately ended up in a book, right? Correct. And Willow House includes treatment for a number of different conditions, right? Yeah. Things like sex addiction, right? Yep. Sexual compulsion, right? They objected under 403. Better and the judge overruled it. To your knowledge, does it treat sexual compulsion? To my knowledge, I don't know specifically, but it sounds about right. It also treats something called love addiction. Yep. Were you treated for any of these during your stay at Willow House? Nope. Why they asked that question unless they knew whether she was treated? They making me mad with these darn questions. Yeah, so she used drugs all the years after Diddy while she was married to Alex. So that's why I said with her husband, he's probably endured a lot. And I don't know him. We're just assuming that he just a up and standing individual himself. We don't really know. Thank you, Courtney, for the cash app. But yeah, she used, and a lot of people don't know that, for years, even while she was with him. And I think she had a baby, didn't she? Like, what's her oldest baby? How old is the oldest baby? She still has some opiate issues. You said who's not addicted to love? That's right. You ain't even know. You didn't even know that was a condition, huh? We do act kind of stupid when we in love, though. So yeah, it may be something. Oh, her husband's an actor, currently in show on. I don't know what that word is, but thank you, Karen Sykes, for the information. My for girl said Pam, she lying. They treated her for everything, and her husband used to. Allegedly. It seems like they would have got the records from there, because that's what I would have done. I probably would have impeached. I wouldn't have asked that question unless I would have left an assumption out there. So I would have, if I didn't know the answers, would I'd been like, and they treat for sex addiction, yeah. They treat for this, yeah. They treat for this, yeah. And obviously, and again, you went to Willow House for 45 days. She would have said, yeah, and I'd have moved on. Now, if I had her records, then I probably would have been like, she said no, I'd have been like, pull her records because I can't see them not getting her records from there, like subpoenaing them. So I would have pulled her records, seen what her therapy and her treatment was, and then been like, "Can you read that over? Does that refresh your recollection as to whether you got treatment for sexual addiction?" This was 2 years ago. Because if she's not being honest about that, it would go to her credibility. Because now we're talking about you're in a sober space. That's why she was able to move freely, running game on him being with Diddy while with him. That's from soaring energy. E-Rock said Cassie cheated on her husband with that physically abusive man Diddy. That's slow. Cassie was like, I have a man, but give it to me. You know what though? Honestly, we don't know about her husband. Like, he comes across in media, he's supportive, he's sitting there with her and stuff. Obviously, he didn't mind having the kids by her. We don't know anything about this man, so we can't just assume on social media that he didn't have his own issues too. Like, usually you attract the state that you're in almost, unless you got the healing beforehand. She was messing with him while she was messing with Diddy. So like why would you attract, like, I'm just saying generally speaking. Sometimes you can get the good guy, whatever. But generally speaking, she sounded like she still had a lot of issues. You still got addiction. You just came out of being physically beaten for years. You know, you still were you're gonna see later, she still was communicating with Diddy even while she was married, is what it looks like. He was reaching out to her, but it wasn't like she wasn't responding on a couple of incidents, is what it looks like. So yeah. You know what, Nicole? I'm not. Y'all scaring me with some of these kind. It's not, can your medical records be subpoenaed without your consent? They're in litigation. Yes, they can be subpoenaed. They can try to quash them. Sometimes what'll happen is the places will let the person know that they are, because obviously the drug addiction on both sides is coming into play. They know about some medical conditions or something, because that came up, that should she shouldn't be questioned about it at all. So apparently, yes, when you have subpoena power, that doesn't mean that you're able to use everything you subpoena. But if you have, discovery is very broad. So it's any information that's either it's relevant or will lead to relevant information. So sometimes you have to get information that may lead to relevant information, and sometimes it may not be. But they're giving objections to it because they don't want, the government does not want her rehab, addictions, none of that stuff into evidence, because they're objecting under the rules, trying to get it out, which is probably some motion in limine that they tried to file, and the judge probably denied it. So yeah. Now, what you can do with some subpoenas, you can try to do what's called a motion to quash the subpoena and say that it's not really being used for a proper purpose. It's just being used for harassment or, for some other reasoning, and you don't really need it. But yes, discovery, when you're in litigation, discovery is very broad. Now, sometimes people try to use it for purposes that are inapplicable, and those are the ones that you quash. I've quashed some subpoenas because they've gone so far. Like, what this got to do with it? You're trying to use this as a vehicle to get information that you otherwise aren't subjected or allowed to get. And some people try to use it for that. So there are parameters as well. But yes, generally speaking, discovery is very broad when you're trying to get information. So yeah. So let's get back here. So let's go. They doing a sidebar. I'm gonna go past this. Okay, we're back in open court. Miss Ventura, while you were at Willow House, did you receive any treatment there? Withdrawn. Miss Ventura, do you know whether or not Willow House includes treatments such as something called neurofeedback? Yes. And were you treated with this neurofeedback therapy? I did neurofeedback, yep. Can you explain what that is? I mean, I couldn't explain it to you like a professional, but based on your understanding, they hook your brain up to a machine and you watch something and just kind of regulate your brain waves. The best way to describe it, it was a while ago. This was while you were at Willow House. Yeah. And it included putting some device to your head, right? Yeah. Uh-huh. How many times did you do that at Willow House? Probably roughly 5 or 6 times, like once a week while I was there. And Willow House advertises this technique as something that can change brain. Objection, it was hearsay. Okay, so then the judge just went in about, you need to not say what it is. Just give your objection, and I'll ask you if I need a reasoning, an explanation behind it. Miss Ventura, when you read the website for the Willow House facility, did you look at its description of neurofeedback? I don't believe that's something that I was paying attention to at that point. It was kind of like a dire situation to just get there. When you were at Willow House, were you told the effects of this neurofeedback? Okay, there was an objection. What did you understand the effects of the neurofeedback to be? Help me with my trauma. In what way was it supposed to affect your brain activity? There was some objections and the question was withdrawn. Willow House also has a treatment called psychodrama. Psychodrama. Let me look that up. Did you participate in that? What is psychodrama? Psychodrama therapy is a form of group therapy that uses role playing and dramatization to help individuals explore their thoughts, emotions, and past experience. It involves acting out real life events or scenarios under the guidance of a therapist with the goal of gaining insight, processing emotion, and developing healthier coping strategies. Oh, that's interesting. She says, I don't remember that. No, I don't remember that. Willow House also has treatment called EMDR. Are you familiar with that? Yep. Did you participate in EMDR? I did. And what did you understand EMDR to do? It helps you recount memories. It's kind of random, but it's part of the trauma therapy. I'm not a doctor, so I'm not trying to give a. I understand your understanding. My understanding is that it helped me recount memories and process them. And it involves prompts to have you think about prior traumatic memories again, right? There are no prompts. It's kind of open, but the idea is you recall prior traumatic memories, right? That's what comes up for you, yeah. And that's a typical treatment for PTSD from what you understand, right? And there was an objection, it was sustained. So you understand you were being treated for PTSD, right? Yes. Willow House also includes something called somatic experiencing, right? Yep. What do you understand that to be? I actually did not do a whole lot of somatic experiences, but from what I remember, it kind of lets you complete a trauma that got cut off. I don't know how to explain this really. Yeah. For instance, I don't want to talk too much. If you're getting beat up and you couldn't walk out of the room, you get to walk out of the room in that healing. So, reimagining a traumatic experience, correct? Yep. And so basically it's like what like hindsight being 2020, you get to go back to that experience and you get to relive that experience and do what you wish you would have done during that time. So you almost get to recreate it. Sounds like what's called inner healing, like in churches or whatever. And you participated in that treatment, reimagining traumatic experiences, right? A couple of times there as part of your PTSD therapy, right? Yep. On direct, you said something to the effect of when you met Mr. Combs, you were still physically developing. Do you remember that? I do. And when you said that, you weren't referring to your physical body other than your brain. What were you referring to when you said that? Everything, my brain, my body, all of it. Well, you were 22 years old, right? Yeah, so in that way, in what way were you physically developing still? I think every woman continues to develop after 22. You don't think so? I'd be like, I asked the questions here. That would have been my response. So you're not suggesting that your body was not fully physically developed at 22, right? No. Okay, at Willow House, you took a standard psychological interest testing, right? Yep. And that consisted of hundreds of questions, right? Yes. So then they pull up another exhibit. Are you ready for me to read it? Yes, please. I liked the me that I was better when I was in the Bahamas, but yeah, I guess the physical part has been effed up a little. I'm sorry that I've been upset. I think I just wish it could be overnight sometimes, and I'm overthinking a lot, stressing myself out. I'm back to caring too much and being frustrated with myself. I just need to stay busy and keep in motion. Sitting still has me depressed. Love you. Have a good night. Please don't feel like you can't go have fun. Do you remember what this was referring to? No. And he says, I love you. It's okay, right? Yep. Can we go down? Do you want me to continue? Sorry. Can we keep going down? And what do you say? He said physical sex, right? Physical means sex. Yeah, because I love you and sex means a lot to me with you. And he says, so you want to have sex for a while, right? Yep. Can you scroll down? I love you too. Can you keep going? Can we pull up 1081, please? So they give her a hard copy. Okay. Miss Ventura, can you read the bottom message on the screen, please? You know we have to have a proper FO without no K. I need to get it out of my head. I hate K. So you let me know when. Please don't be mad and think that's all I want to do. It's just the K. I don't know what that says. A successful FO is when we remember and don't be friending to do it the right way. I don't bring it up again until you're in that mood and I'll fly, David. When you say friending, he means fiending, you think, right? Yeah. This is him indicating to you he wants to have a freak off without ketamine, right? Correct. Which suggests that you previously had a freak off with ketamine, right? Yeah. They confirm with counsel, exhibit 1082. Can you read your message at the top? Is it okay to read it? Yes, please. I'm fine, just trying to get my life back organized. Can you read his message as well? Yeah, I know, right? I'm sorry. I feel like it's my fault that we rushed back into Ish. I'm praying on us. Love is so hard sometimes. We both got to get back on track or we'll never get Ish done. I want you to know that I realize what's going on. We're at a great place. Let's give things time to breathe in a positive light. I need to get the songs for Epic. Send me all the songs on a flash drive. When you're ready, I'll send Dave to get so I can get that done. And I'm coming up with a management solution. Anything else you want me to work on, please send. And I'm going to my therapist today. Love you so much and always will. And this message is from February 2016, right? Yep. This is after you went to South Africa and broke up. So then again, they're not sure if it's in the exhibits. So apparently Diddy was in therapy. He was trying to tell her, send me your flash drive. I'm gonna try to get it to Epic and all of that. Y'all hit that like button, huh? Hmm. Flying Dave is the African parts. Yes, please use allegedly, y'all. Cause when you drag someone by the hair in a public hotel back to finish an activity, that's coercion and force. It only has to happen once to stick. That's from Wayne Simpson. That's called DV, though. Did she say that he dragged her in and said, you better perform this freak off? Or did he drag her back and said you not leaving because he just was a beat women? Or did he beat her into having freak offs? Have we connected that on any of this stuff? Like he beat her, was like, you better have X with him. That's why on direct, the government kept saying there were times that you were really sick and you told him you were sick. And he still, did he tell you not to do it? Because they're trying to connect that she did it times where she didn't want to, but had to do it because of him. That's a difference. Angie said, question, do you know any DV, IPV experts that will come on and educate us from Stockholm Syndrome, Battle Woman Syndrome? That'll be helpful. No, but they gonna have it in this trial, Andrew. I did a paper back 30 years ago on the battered woman syndrome, but no, I don't even know if I know any for real therapists or psychologists like as friends that would come on. But I don't know if anybody knows, if anybody in the chat is no therapy and all of that, who are licensed psychologists that want to talk about DVs, email me because some people want to get information on it. Thank you for your super chat, Andrew. Thank you for always supporting. Ray said, but I thought when they said freak off, was with other people and select. That's what I'm saying. We have not heard it being with other people. Are saying like that's why they keep connecting these white parties that he had and saying it was an after party. The way these freak offs are being described is between him, his girlfriend, and then they fly in or bring in or whatever a third party from an escort service. The way it happens is they come in and they say you don't have to do it, but you can just dance. It's up to you. And then I think the escort service basically says they're companions and they can do what they want to do after that, but that ain't what they're getting paid for. So that's how they're like separating the payment from these escort services. If they choose to do that, that's what they choose to do. But sorry, somebody asking me about picking up another wrongful conviction case. Sorry, guys. Yeah. I believe the celebrities were brought in to heighten attention. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. That we all looked at it like it was some big orgy, right? And we gonna see what celebrities are on the tapes. Like that's how it was. But what we learned from Cassie so far is that it was just them two, and then they're bringing somebody else. And perhaps with other women, if he was with them and they were together, they would bring a third party in. This is why Diddy said they were swingers, and that he allowed outside people to come in the bedroom. And one of the guys was saying that he didn't always get paid because he just liked to be the one. The first guy that testified on the first day that was an escort, he said he would just call and they became cool. And if Cassie wanted to date him, he thought she was beautiful. He would have kicked it with her. He said he went on his own volition, sometime because he liked being with them and like being in their circle. CBS Stewart said no point intended. Cassie's the same as Tina Turner, Martha Kidd, on and on. All puppets, fame and money, drugs and abuse by rich. She wanted fame. She got it. 2 million a year plus 10. Well, yes, parties and freak off events are different. They're supposed to be. But I'm saying the way they worded these freak offs, we thought they were gonna be videos and we were gonna see, look at this celebrity and get because remember the lawsuit where Jay-Z got sued. Let's go back to that, of which was dismissed. So we know it ain't true, Jay-Z. I'm just bringing it up as an example, so don't come for me. But they were alleging that's the picture that somebody was there was a room, a girl might have went in the room, and then you had 2 3 celebrities come in, they was taking turns. That looks like you're having some type of trafficking or event, and you're like taking it from people that don't want it. That's a whole different scenario, but that's the picture that was out there based on some of these lawsuits. It's another lawsuit, the one that got what's his name that do them live streams and all of that stuff, who said he only had $2 in his bank account that time, so it was a whole lie. And they threw all these names in it, and it was supposed to be in California. It was another, that lawsuit was 5, 6 people, and quorum was supposed to be there, his assistant, and they all took turns, and she put an IUD in one of their arms. I mean, it was all these salacious stories that you was like, oh my God, they was doing all of that. That's what we've been seeing with these allegations. That's why I always say these lawsuits are just allegations. They have not been proven. I- But that was shoot. Busby did the Jay-Z thing. Blackburn is doing what's his name? Lil Rod. And Lil Rod actually was there at the trial as well. But let's get on trial. Toria said this, they said the feds embellished the case and did not have the evidence. I think they may not have found what they thought they were going to find when they did them raids. But again, that's speculation. I don't know these people. All right. Let's go. It's 11. I think we've been on, we've been on point. So they take a break. Okay, I'm going to try to avoid some of these back and forths. Okay. Let's have Miss Ventura back. Welcome back. Miss Ventura, on direct examination, you were shown and asked about Government Exhibit 3A 117. Can we please pull that up? Do you recall this message dated April 19th, 2020? The portion starting from I want to talk to you. So this April 19th, 2020. So they broke up 2 years before, and she's been with her husband. When did they get married? When she married her husband? You got to keep up with these timelines, man. Let's see. Let's see. I know one of y'all gonna find it before I will. They got married in 2019. So Ventura married her personal trainer, Alex Fine, in September 2019. So they look like they might have dated about a year before they got married. I mean, he was the personal trainer, so I mean he knew her, but they didn't date that long before he married her. Okay. So then it says, I want to talk to you. And the answer was 2010. I want to talk to you about something tomorrow. Yep. Going to sleep. Love you. Right. Then Mr. Combs says, is it going to stress me out? What is it about? Right? Hold on one second. Is this her message to him that she wanted to talk? Wait a minute. I don't know. Then Mr. Combs says, is it going to stress me out? What is it about? Right? Yep. And what do you say? Freak off. It can wait. It's not a big deal. And he says, now you don't want to do anymore? LO. I already know. You're so predictable, right? Yep. And what do you say? Really? Okay, since that's definitely what it was, we'll leave it at that then, since I'm so predictable. Have a good night. And he says, whatever, baby, I'm not going to play no games with you, and you ain't going to keep shutting me down, right? Right. You testified on direct that you were going to tell him that you didn't want to do freak offs anymore, right? I was going to tell him that, yeah, I didn't love it. Yeah. But you didn't tell him that because you didn't want him to be upset, right? I saw his reaction, and yeah, You expected that he might react poorly because he would somehow figure out a way to make it happen anyway. I think that's what you testified to. Yep. That could to be a different date though. Hold on. Yeah, it was 2010 because she said because she pulled up it was dated April 19, 2020, and she responded and said 2010. So this was a conversation from 2010. I was about to say, like, hold on, she was like good and married. For the parties and the witness, can we put up defense exhibit 1406, please? We can publish to the jury. And this is a message between you and Mr. Combs. I'll let you take a look at it. Can we start? And baby, we really need, yes, it's near the top of the second page. Mr. Combs says to you, and baby, we really need to do some soul searching this time. We got to figure out a plan to get us back on point. Think about it, right? I haven't seen this. Can I just read through it? Sure. Let me know when you're done reading. Just as a reminder, this is one day before the last exhibit we just looked at, right? This is April 19th. Okay, we can go back to 3A117 if that would be helpful. No, it's okay. I'm just making sure that I understand. Okay. Have you reviewed this document before today? No. The government didn't review it with you in preparation for your testimony? No, I don't recognize it. Going back to some of the documents we reviewed yesterday, did those include some that you had never reviewed with the government before? I don't really know at this point. Let's go to the bottom where, sorry, can you scroll down, please? The and baby. Mr. Combs says, and baby, we really need to do some soul searching this time. We got to figure out a plan to get us back on point. Think about it, right? Mm-hmm. And you say, definitely. Yep. Keep reading. I'll read Mr. Combs. Mr. Combs says, what do you feel about where we are at, right? Mm-hmm. You want me to read my part? Yes, please. What do you feel about us? He says, I think it's more than the missing you trick. I'm talking about us. What do you say? I know that I'm the happiest when I can feel your love, and I haven't felt it lately because I know that you don't really want to be around me. I know that I need to work on being nicer, less moody, and more like your woman. I just think that things haven't been able to turn around because we haven't given it any time to breathe. We just keep getting pushed backwards. I believe that our love has no bounds. I'm 150% sure that you're the man I want to be with, and I want to be that for you too. Then he says, yeah, that's probably you, Donato. How much is to be Ruth you? I think he means with you. You're insecure and you don't know what it is to take care of me. I over you so much, but right? Yes. You said, just know that I love you and that I'm trying, right? Yep. Can we introduce Defense Exhibit 1405, please? This reflects a message between you and Mr. Combs on April 20th, 2010, right? Yep, which is a day later. Correct. Yes. And he says, call house, right? Yep. And you say, freak off with the girl, right? Right. And you were suggesting freaking off with the girl on this date, right? Right. And he says, what makes you want to do that? Right? Yep. And this is after the conversation about getting to a good place, right? Yes. That you discussed in your direct testimony, right? Getting to a place, good place was okay. It wasn't in the last message. This is the exhibit that the government showed you on direct, right? Right. And this is the exhibit that you were referencing when you said that you wanted to have that discussion with him, right? Yep. And that date is April 20th, 2010, right? And April 19th, 2010, correct? Yep. Can we turn back to Defense Exhibit 1405? This is a document that you did not review before today, right? Yeah. You didn't review this with the government, right? I don't remember it, no. And this is the document where you say you're proposing freaking off with the girl, right? Yeah, that's what it says. When bringing up a freak off discussion and you tell him that you want to freak off with a girl, that's what you were feeling at the time, right? That's what you were suggesting at the time. That's what I was suggesting, yep. You testified on your direct examination that around 2018 you found a photo of Mr. Combs with a woman that he had been dating for the last approximately half of your relationship, right? Yep. And that was Gina, right? Correct. And you were staying at home with your parents at the time, right? I went back to Connecticut around then, yeah. And you made the decision when you saw that photo to break up with Mr. Combs, right? Yep. And for the nth time, right? And for me, yes, he didn't make any threats against you at that point, right? Not to my memory, no. In fact, he was suggesting going to marriage counseling, not marriage counseling, couples counseling, correct? Maybe, I don't remember. Shortly after that, you started dating your new husband, right? Yeah, and you said you couldn't recall exactly when you started seeing him, I believe, right? It was in 2018, yeah. And you were breaking up with Mr. Combs over the course of several months, right? I was breaking up with him. Can you repeat that or reword it? When you broke up with him in 2018, it didn't happen on one occasion, and then you ceased all contact after that, right? There is no ceasing of all contact, but it was over when I said it was over. Yeah. You said to Mr. Combs that the relationship was over many, many, many times in your relationship, right? Because we were on and off, yeah. So there were communications after you said this is over, right? Yeah, mm-hmm. And you can't pinpoint exactly when that was the final, this is over, right? I know when mine was. You continue to communicate with Mr. Combs regularly after telling him that it was over, right? Yeah. Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1303? You said yesterday that you saw Mr. Combs in August of 2018 and you were having a closure conversation, right? Yeah, we had a dinner. And at that time, he was trying to convince you to go to Burning Man with him, right? What I remember, yes, Burning Man was something that you went to with him every year, typically, right? Yep. And your other friends were planning on going too, right? I don't know, but they typically went. Yes. You testified that from your perspective at this point, you were no longer together, right? Yes. You were seeing your now husband, right? Yeah. It looks like you found 1303. Can we pull that up, please? Can we jump ahead to the third? I'll allow you to review the whole thing first. Can we go back? Are you ready? Is there another page? We can go to the next page just for her to look at. Okay. Da, da, da. I'll read Mr. Combs. Can I not get a chance to make things right? It seems like you're blaming everything on me. It's like you have anger to me. I haven't taken care of you. Can you read your messages? I'm not running around telling our business, but my family knows because I need their support right now. You took care of me materialistically, not where I needed it. Can we go to the next page? Can you keep reading, please? I have lived in this bubble by myself for too long. I'm too dope. You may not be happy, but maybe it's because you surround yourself with people that always take from you. I don't need you taking care of Kim, Sarah, and Gina. I needed to love you and to put me first. Can we go up to page 3, please? Excuse me, page 4. Can you read these messages, please? I just don't trust anymore. That last shot put the nail in the coffin. I promised myself I wouldn't be with you anymore if you did that to me again. You lied to me. When I think to Burning Man a year ago and all the things I found out that you paid for and continued happening. I just love myself more. I'm not blaming you. Maybe I didn't try, but you wanted me to be a machine and forgive you every time. She never went away. When you're talking about the last shot put the nail in the coffin and that she never went away, you're talking about Gina, right? I would think so. And in fact, there was a photo of Mr. Combs and Gina that was posted that summer that you saw, right? Yep. That made you believe that they were still together, right? Mm-hmm. When you say, I promised myself I wouldn't be with you anymore if you did that to me again, you promised yourself that you wouldn't allow him to cheat on you anymore and put up with it, right? Yep. And because of this, you broke up with him, right? Yep. And again, when you say she never went away, you're talking about Gina, right? Yep. They were in a relationship that lasted for years during the course of your relationship with him, right? To my knowledge, yep. You said yesterday that you saw him in August of 2018 and you were having what you called a closure conversation, correct? Yep. And that at the time he was trying to convince you to go to Burning Man with him. From what I remember, yeah. And you said that from your perspective at that time, you were not together anymore, right? Correct. And instead, you were seeing your your now husband, right? Yep. And you said that the dinner that evening, you had dinner with him that evening, right? I did. And he was bringing you home afterwards. There was an evening, yeah, sorry, I wasn't sure. Go ahead. And that you went inside your apartment with him. My house, yeah. I'm referring to the instance when you testified on your direct testimony that he followed you into your apartment and that's when he RAPE'd you. He came in, yes, but it was my house. It wasn't an apartment. Excuse me, your house. You wrote about this alleged RAPE in the lawsuit that you filed against him, right? Yep. And in that lawsuit, you alleged that the RAPE took place in September of 2018. Um, okay. And you said in your lawsuit that you filed that you and Mr. Combs went to dinner at an Italian restaurant in Malibu, right? From what I remember, yeah, that's what the civil lawsuit says. And you said in the civil lawsuit that he forced himself into your apartment and tried to kiss you, right? I don't remember the exact wording, but I could tell you what happened. Something to that effect was filed in your federal complaint, right? Right. Is that right? I don't remember the word forced, but maybe, I don't know. But the general idea that he RAPE'd you in September of 2018 after an Italian restaurant date in Malibu, right? Yep. And you said in that lawsuit, withdrawn. Do you recall meeting with agents and prosecutors on November 30th, 2023? I could have. I don't remember the exact date. This would be the meeting shortly after the lawsuit that you filed. Okay. And do you recall that meeting? Yes, but I just don't remember exactly when it was. I'm referring to the first meeting that you had with government agents. Okay. And it was in New York, right? Yep. And this was approximately 2 weeks after you filed your lawsuit, right? Okay. And on that date, you told the government that this incident occurred when Mr. Combs returned from Burning Man in September 2018, right? Yep. So you told the government essentially the same thing that was in your civil lawsuit, that it was September 2018, right? Okay. And this time after Burning Man, right? And you said to the government that Mr. Combs was acting very strangely at that dinner, right? Nice, but strangely. Yeah. Your testimony is that he was acting strangely. He was acting strangely, yeah. Is your testimony that you told the government that he was acting strangely? I don't remember that word. I don't remember that word. That's okay. In fact, do you remember that you told them that he seemed anxious? I don't remember saying that. Can we say pull up just for the witness 3501-007, page 12? I'd like to direct your attention to the paragraph in the middle, the large paragraph in the middle. Yep. Let me know when you're done. Yep. Does this refresh your recollection as to whether or not you told the government agents that Mr. Combs was acting anxious and strangely that evening? It does, sort of. Did you tell them that he was acting anxious and strangely? I believe so, some sort of version of that. Thank you. And you told the prosecutors that you thought his behavior might be attributed to his bipolar disorder, right? Yeah, drugs, bipolar. There's a lot going on with Mr. Combs. Oh my. Toria said, you said Jesus, okay. Yeah, he got a few issues. I just hope no matter how much money she has now that she continues with therapy and gets her mind right and leaves drugs alone. That's what I said. That's a dangerous combo. No, I think they're worried, Wayne. They talking about timing of a lot of it too, but we'll go ahead. Do you remember meeting with prosecutors again on April 8th, 2025? Like right before this here trial we're here for. Not specifically, but I'm sure I did. Going back to your first meeting. Oh, let me go back. I'm sorry. I done skipped over a whole paragraph. You also told the prosecutors that you did not think that Mr. Combs was in his right mind because he did not respond when you told him to stop. Is that correct? Yep. Do you remember meeting with prosecutors again on April 8th, 2025? Not specifically, but I'm sure I did. Going back to your first meeting with them, you told the federal prosecutors, consistent with your lawsuit, that the great occurred in September of 2018, right? Yeah. Now, April 8th, 2025, you met with the government again, right? So, approximately a month ago. Okay. There were many meetings in between these two, so we are skipping way ahead. Okay. So, about a month ago, you met with the government again, right? Sure. You spent a lot of time with them preparing your testimony, right? Preparing, yeah. And the prosecutor showed you a text message from August of 2018 for the first time at this meeting, right? I don't know. I've seen it on different things. Yeah. Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1306, please? I believe this is already admitted and can be published. Have you seen this message before, Miss Ventura? No, I don't recognize it. Can you read it through, please? Okay. So you write to him at the top, hit me when you can with the little heart emoji, right? I don't know who the other person is. Can we back up? Do you recognize the number at the top of Mr. Combs' phone number at the time where it says FB? Yes. I don't know that I knew it by heart. What do you understand FB to stand for? Frank Black, which is a nickname or alias of Mr. Combs. Yep. What about CC? That would be me. Is that a number that you had in August of 2018? Yep. And this message is from August 21st, 2018, 2018, right? Yep. And you say to him, hit me when you can with the heart, right? Yep. And he responds, okay, I'm at an investors conference. You good? Yeah. And he says, I'm calling. It's going straight to voicemail. Proud of you. Right? Right. Just to scroll up to the top of your message, hit me when you can. And that's a little heart right next to it. Right? Right. Can we go to the next page, please? And you say, thank you. What does he say? I know I look bad to you. I could tell I didn't turn you on yesterday. I fell off, but I'm about to get my ish together. After the prosecutor showed you this text message in April in 2025, just a month ago, you then said, and then they did a sidebar. So this is the message again from August 21st, 2018. It's just the day after the messages they were discussing a moment ago. Um, so it says it was after this meeting that you told the government that the date of the alleged RAPE was in August of 2018. So the lawsuit say September. And then I guess when he met with the government around the same time as the lawsuit, she said September. And I guess at this last meeting in April, they said it was August of 2018. So then the court said, I think we need some clarity on what you mean by the meeting. Why didn't you take us back a few steps and then proceed? Okay. All right, Judge. I got you. People getting confused with these dates. At the April 2025 meeting, you told the government that the alleged RAPE was in August of 2018, right? Yeah. Can we pull back up the heart emoji message? You saw Mr. Combs the day before this message, right? I think so. And this is the heart emoji that you sent him the day after, right? Yep, I think so. I'm not sure. What date did we look at before this? The 20th? I'm sorry. Can we pull back up? You testified on direct that you saw him the following month by choice, right? Correct. And you said you agreed to see him because you have been together for over 10 years, right? Yeah, it was a friend's birthday. And you testified that you saw him because you couldn't just turn your feelings off just like that, right? Right. And you can't actually just turn your feelings off just like that, right? Right. And you still have feelings for him at that point, right? There were still feelings there, yeah. Whose birthday was this? The event that you saw him. If I remember correctly, it was Andre Harrell, who you know and Mr. Combs both know, right? Yeah. And at that point, when you saw him and you still have feelings for him, you didn't hate him then, right? No. And this is a month after August 2018, right? Yep. And you don't still hate him now, right? I don't hate him. You don't know, you said? I said I don't hate him. Thank you. In fact, you still have love for him. I have love for the past and what it was. I'd have been like, matter of fact, I do hate his guts. I hate all his guts. And I'm mad I wasted my good years, my nice and flat belly years with this fool. She's like, no, I don't hate him. I had love for what we had, for what it was. Okay. They pull up another exhibit. Do you recognize this to be the communications between you and Mr. Combs? Christopher said, yeah, show called Gigolos on Showtimes. Garen is the owner of the agency. One of the guys, Ash, unalived her fiance or wife a couple years ago. Total mess hiring these guys and transporting them is Rico. I think they're trying to say it's trafficking. You guys, I mean, I explained RICO is you can bring all these crimes under and say it's an enterprise. You basically have an entity that you're disguising as being a legal entity, but your purpose of really getting this entity is to be able to make money off with the crimes. It's built on criminal activities. So they bring all your crimes in and say it's all a part of this big enterprise. But they also charge you separately because they can get you on the individual charges. So like the prostitution, it might carry 10 years. I think he has trafficking as well, but the RICO will get you in prison for a long, long, long time. So yeah. And I think people are confusing what's going on. So in theory, the RICO he can get acquitted of the RICO and still get all the charges. Where they say we just think he just was a criminal and he did all this stuff, but we don't think it was an enterprise. Or they can say they think it's an enterprise. And if they encompass all of it, then maybe they'll say, but we don't think it was trafficking, but we think it may have been prostitution. You know what I'm saying? Like or they can say we think it's all he guilty of all of it, or they can say they acquit him of all of it. You don't have to just choose one, but the way the RICO is, it's a way to encompass all crimes into one count. Yes, it's overly used. It's overly used, and for some people it has be, in my opinion, and for some people I think it has become a way for a negotiating tactic. somewhat, because who the heck, they tell you all them numbers, you're gonna get them big boy numbers. You like, what can we work out here? Yeah, the predicate acts. Then look at you, Queen Brielle. Look at you. Hmm. Love. You said love for the past, what it was, sound wild. So you have love for the pain. That's what I'm saying. You have love for what it was, so you don't regret it. And the thing was, when the video came out, she said something about DV. And so she looked at her relationship at that point as DV. Like that's what she thought it really was. So yeah. All right, let's go on because we're gonna. That was almost 3 hours, child. But that's because we was talking in between. We're gonna stop when they do their lunch. We're gonna stop on here, and then we'll just come back. We'll come back either tonight at about 8ish, or I'll do it tomorrow night. Um, let's see here. Look like they arguing a little bit here. They're trying to get stuff admitted. Let me see. Hold on. Okay. Is that right? Yes, there are defendants. If you take a look at the date, this is August 5th, 2018, right? Yep. And so 4 days after the last text message that we were looking at, right? Yeah. The one with the little heart emoji. Yes. And he writes, Mr. Combs writes, can you call me, please? Right? Yep. And you say, I'm sorry, I just wanted to be with you. We're friends, no randoms. That's not my thing, right? Yep. You say, didn't mean to be a bitch. I just feel like we never get the time you asked for, right? Right. He says, cool. Can we keep going, please? And then halfway down the next page, he says, can't wait to see you. I miss you, right? Yep. And he says, just need you to be positive and happy to see me, correct? Correct. You say, I'm on the way, all positive. Can't wait to see you too, right? Right. Going to the next page, he writes, okay, midway down. He says, okay, 5 minutes away, right? Right. And we're talking about, he writes that at 5:29 a.m. UTC time, correct? Or that's what this message reflects. Right. And at 6:53 a.m. you write, I'm so heartbroken, right? Yep. And with respect to all these timestamps, it's subject to the stipulation about the UTC time. And he writes, me too. Have a good night, right? Right. Fair to say this was a big breakup conversation between the two of you, right? Can you reword that? You said you're so heartbroken, right? Yeah. And he says, me too, right? Yep. And this was 4 days after the text message that says, I know I look bad to you. I could tell I didn't turn you on yesterday. I fell off, right? Yep. 4 days after that, you're so heartbroken. Yep. Can we go to Defense Exhibit 1309? Please, which is in evidence. Please publish. If you could take a look at that, if you haven't already, tell me what you're tell me when you're ready. So then they give our hard copy. We're going to go through together if you're ready. Yeah. At the top, you say, and this is September 12th, 2018, right? Yeah. You texted him, landed safe. How's yoga treating you? I'm assuming now it's safe to date. Let me know. Right? I'm assuming now it's safe to date. Let me know, right? Yeah. He says, good morning. I'm confused. Safe to date. What are you talking about, right? Right. And just going back, when you say, how is yoga treating you? What are you referring to there? I don't know. Yoga? Like, duh. It was yoga. You're aware that around that time, I didn't finish reading the message. Could I finish reading it? Sure. Okay. In fact, if we go to page 4, that might help. Does that provide a little extra context? It does. Thank you. Can we go back to the first page? When you're referring to yoga here, what do you think you were referring to at the time? Well, if we go forward, he had a yoga instructor that I heard about, and he was having some sort of romantic relationship with, right? Dang, did he? Was messing with everybody, even the yoga instructor? Yep. Can we go up to the top again, please? I'm sorry, go down. So he says, are we on page 2? Mr. Combs says, and this is still September 12th. What does yoga have to do with me? Hit me back, please, babe, right? Yep. And you say, nothing. I hear you're dating. I didn't know, right? Yep. And you say, I'm on the beach walking with my dad right now, right? Right. Or maybe you just have been along, right? Yeah. He says, I'm not dating. Dating who? I'm not dating, right? Yeah. No, he don't date. He just, grab the women if he want to get you something to eat, if you look a little famished, and then he do what he gotta do, apparently. And you say, maybe you've been going on a date all along, right? Yep. He says, baby, I'm not dating, LOL. And no dates, no dinners, nothing, nobody, right? Right. You say, Kay, he says, who do you think I'm dating, right? Now he trying to figure out, did she see a picture of me somewhere? Right? You say, I don't think I should even be bringing this up to you. Let's just leave it alone, right? Right. You're still talking about dating, right? Now, this is supposed to be when they're broken up because she broke up with him in August of 2018. We go to page 5, please. And you say, what do you say in this first blue bubble? I actually need to stop even caring. Yeah, I agree, Cassie. You need to stop caring. Get off of social media too, sis. And you write that because in September 2018, you still did care about him, correct? Yeah. Can we go to the middle of the next page, please? Mr. Combs says, do you want to start dating? If you are, let's just talk about it, right? Yeah. And in this message, he's asking you to talk about it. And if you were to start dating someone else, right? I guess so. I don't. You're having a conversation about dating other people, correct? Yeah. And when he says, do you want to start dating? He means to you, date other people, correct? I think so. Because he's saying, if you are, let's just talk about it, correct? Yep. As in, let's have the conversation about whether or not we should just move on and see other people, right? Right. And at the end of the last page, you write, if you're in LA next week, maybe we can talk. I'm just trying to take care of myself right now, right? Right. And at this point, you're in New York for Fashion Week. Does that sound right? I don't remember at this point. You were out of town during this period of time. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what it was. Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1313, please? Mr. Combs says, I don't want to have a conversation where you break up with me again. I want you to love me. I need you to love me. Right? Yep. Or I need to love you, rather. Yes. Can we go down to the next page? Can you read your response? I do love you. I would just prefer not being one of your girlfriends anymore. And then halfway down the page, he writes, I need to hold you. I need to hold you. Yep. And what do you say? Let's get up tomorrow night. I'll do studio from like 6:30 until 9:30 just to place us in time. This is September 26, 2018, right? Yep. And he asked, "Can I hold you or are you just going to break up with me?" Some more, right? Yep. The next page, please. You say, "We already did that." You're saying tomorrow, right? Yep. He says, is that a yes that I can hold you, right? Right. And you say, we can embrace LOL, right? Yep. He says, LOL, good to know you still have a sense of humor. I can't wait to see you, Cassie. Right? Yep. You say, I can't wait to see you too, correct? Correct. And he says, yay. And you say, try to call you back. Right? Right. Can we go to the next page, please? Here you say, wasn't trying to upset you, and I promise I'm not being mean. I'm embracing my sanity. People have access, and just showing up in the house really has me effed up and had me effed up. We don't even have to talk about it. That's just what I need right now, right? Right. And he says, if I can't know where you live, that's too far for me. If you want to be away from me like that, we don't have to deal with each other on any level. That's too far from me. Live your life. Whatever you need will be done as promised. That's too far, right? Right. And you say, I don't know what to say. I choose my sanity over everything. Today will be the first time we're seeing each other in person in a long time. I'm so peaceful right now. I want to keep it. I'm finally sleeping well and I gained weight. I don't think you understand how those two small things have made the hugest difference, right? Mm-hmm. And you don't say anything to the effect of the last time we saw each other, you RAP'd me, right? Right. And in fact, you're saying that you want to keep peace, right? Yep. And he responds, I respect your sanity. It's best we just keep it moving. I'm not a stalker, no beef. I'm clearer than ever. I don't want to link. Focus on you and your sanity. I'm good, love. Right? Right. And you said was really looking forward to that hug, but okay, right? So he's saying move on with your life, and she's like, but what about the hug we talked about, right? And you wanted to hug him at that point, right? That's what I said. And in the next message, you say, I just rather talk in person, right? Uh huh. The next page, please. What do you say at the top? And I know you're not a stalker. I wish you could just hear me out and be supportive of my growth. I'm about to call you. Really need you to answer. It's important. So when you say you rather talk in person, you're referring to a closure conversation, right? Some form of closure, yeah. It suggests that it's a closure conversation and you haven't seen each other in some time, right? Right. And then looking at the next page halfway down, you write, I had, can we go to the next page, please, and scroll down? There's a pending objection on that one. Did you see Mr. Combs again on September 27, 2018? I'm not sure. Would it help to see a document that might refresh your recollection? Sure. And they pull up Defense Exhibit 1376. Does that refresh your recollection to whether or not you saw Mr. Combs on September 27, 2018? Yep. Can you put the document down? And when you saw him that night, did you have actual intercourse with him? I did. And that night, when you were having intercourse with him, did you receive a FaceTime call? I did. And did you answer that call? No. Did you recognize the caller ID to be your now husband? I did. And Mr. Combs noticed this call, right? Yep. And he noticed the name that was, or the alias that was popping up on your phone, right? Yep. And this was in the middle of your evening with Mr. Combs, correct? During which you were having actual intercourse, right? Yeah. And was it actually in the middle of actual intercourse that you received this call? We were together. I don't know if it was actually in the middle. After that evening with Mr. Combs, you told him that you had a great night with him, right? Right. Yes, you did. Uh-huh. Yes. And your now husband didn't know that you were with Mr. Combs at the time, correct? I don't know what he knew. At that point, I don't know. You were seeing him at the time, right? Yes. At the time that you had this evening with Mr. Combs? Yes. After this incident, your new husband discovered at a certain point, your now husband discovered you had spent the evening with Mr. Combs, correct? At a certain point after this incident, your husband learned about your evening with Mr. Combs, right? At this point, but I don't know. You didn't answer his FaceTime call that evening, right? I did not. Did he find out after that evening that you didn't answer his FaceTime call because you were with Mr. Combs? You told your husband that Mr. Combs RAP'd you, didn't you? I did that evening, right? That evening in September. No, that wasn't the evening when I was RAPE'd. That's not what she said in her complaint though. It was September that she said it happened. Your husband punched a wall at a certain point, right? He did. Ooh, her husband was mad when he learned that you were still having intercourse with Mr. Combs, right? When you informed him that Mr. Combs RAP'd you, correct? Yes. I don't remember exactly when that was. Your husband learned of your actual intercourse with Mr. Combs, right? Right. And you told him that Mr. Combs RAP'd you, RAP'd you, right? Right. And when your now husband learned about it, he punched the wall, right? I believe so. And you testified on your direct examination that this was at a friend's withdrawn. You kept corresponding with Mr. Combs after you saw him that evening in September, right? After that evening in September, I believe so. Yes. Yeah. Can we bring Defense Exhibit 1320 at the top? This is October 5th of 2018. Yep, which is shortly after the late September messages we were just looking at, right? Excuse me. We were just referring to a late September night that you were having actual intercourse with Mr. Combs, correct? Yeah, okay. And Mr. Combs, right? I'ma just fall back. You called me when you need me, right? Yep. And you responded, to be honest, I'm not sure how to even handle things to get my life to a comfortable place, right? Right. I know that you don't want to hurt me anymore. I miss you. I feel lost without you. I'm heartbroken. I don't trust anymore. I'm sad. Right. Right. And after your breakup, you're telling him that you feel lost without him, right? Yep. And after your dinner in September, you don't see him for a number of weeks, correct? Correct. And that's because you had broken up with him, right? Yeah, a month after this, on September 15, 2018, Kim Porter passed away unexpectedly. Isn't that right? Yep, it is. And you went to the memorial service for Miss Porter, correct? Yep, I went. The one that Mr. Combs held at his home, right? I wasn't at his home, no. Oh, in Georgia. You flew to Georgia for Miss Porter's memorial service, correct? Correct. Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1334? Do you need a minute to review this? Yes, please. Sure. It's in evidence and can be published. So in this message, Mr. Combs says, you just left me. You not picking up, right? Right. And this is November 19th, 2018, correct? Correct. Just following Miss Porter's memorial service, right? Right. Can you read your message back, please? So this is her message. I think I'm gonna stop after this because good God Almighty. I didn't just leave you. I said goodbye a few times. I want to be there for you, but needed to get to grandma. My flights were delayed, so I'm taking off now. I need to be real with you. I know how crazy and painful this all is, and you want my support, but you've compared me to Gina the other day, and the babysitter was there last night, and you posted that Kim was your soulmate. What was the 11 years all about? 11 consistent years. I know you're going through a lot, but that hurt my feelings. I love you, but I'm going to my family's right now. I'll probably make it Saturday with my dad. I'll hit KK. Hit me if you need me. Love you. Gina in that sentence is the Gina we were talking about before. Yeah. The same woman Mr. Combs had been seeing for a number of years during the course of your relationship. Yes. And the babysitter here is referring to someone named Nikki, right? I think so. I'm not really sure. The babysitter that you're referring to is someone that you suspected Mr. Combs was also seeing. Dang, did he? I think so, yeah. Or having some sexual affair. It's a vague memory, yeah. And fair to say that you had suspicion that he was seeing this babysitter based on this message, right? I don't even remember talking about the babysitter, to be honest. But yeah, okay. And so your feelings are hurt following this memorial service, correct? Yeah, yep. You posted that Kim was your soulmate. What was the 11 years about? That refers to him saying after Kim's death that Kim was his soulmate, right? Yep. And that was extraordinarily hurtful, right? Yeah, at that time, yeah. Because he'd been with you for 11 years, right? Mm-hmm. And he was saying that Kim was his soulmate, not you, right? Yes. And so after this message, you went to Miss Porter's funeral, right? After this message, after the memorial service, was there a funeral service? I'm sorry, I was just confused. Was this message before or after the service? Do you recall if it's before or after the memorial service? I don't remember the day of the service. At the top, he says, "You just left me. Did you leave the memorial service?" I did leave the memorial service, but there were other places I left him. I can't even stop reading this. Good gosh. All right. Hit the like button. You said Gina is the missing witness, I think. Listen, if I was Cassie, I'd be singing, what's that song? Boyfriend number two. She better go get her another boyfriend. We playing these games. We gonna all play these games. Okay. All of us. You got a girl, you got girlfriends. We all got other people. Well, they was broken up at this time. He should have just responded and been like, in life you could feel like you have different soulmates at different seasons. You are where my soulmate. So maybe that's why he shouted her out at the awards like she was there in a dark place because of how he knows she felt when he said that she was the soulmate online on Instagram. So maybe that's what the shout out was. He gave her props in front of the world that you were there with me when I was in a dark place. I was a drug addict. I got some mental health issues. I had alcohol issues. I got all this stuff going on, and you rode with me through that time. So maybe that's why he gave her a shout out. And people was like, "Why he say Cassie?" Maybe because she felt some kind of way that he kind of dismissed their relationship over these years when she was there through thick and thin and cheating and beatings and everything else. I don't know. I think her hubby knew things, but I'm just saying it makes sense as to why he let her know. Like, I acknowledge you were there for me because she sounds like she felt some kind of way. No, when he get that award, he got that award before she didn't go to rehab until 2020. Well, she started taking pills in 2022. She went to rehab in 2023. Let's see. Let me see. Diddy. Because I don't even think, I think we only got like 30 more pages of her testimony. Now I'm like, I might as well keep reading this stuff. Diddy, what did he get? A lifetime achievement award or something? That was May of 2020. No, this is old. Okay. Sean Diddy Combs credited Cassie for helping him through dark times in 2022 BET Awards. So 2022 was when she said she started taking the medication, I guess the wean off of opiates. She went to actual rehab facility in 2023. So he did all of this stuff like beforehand, it looks like. Thank you, Tracy. Tracy is our transcriber over here. Considering how paparazzi be, I think low key men are understandable if you're not trying to blow up your lifestyle in public. Ah, he did. Cynthia got that key to NYC, and they said give it back. The, and the mayor who took it, he got a lawsuit against him that was pending over in civil court for actual at being accused of SA. My sister said, I don't see anything wrong with her husband encouraging her to sue. Shoot, I think she deserved compensation for pain and suffering. But I don't even know if I'm not getting I want him in prison vibes from her. But she was subpoenaed. You gotta testify. I think if she had a choice, well, I don't know. Her husband probably told her, you better testify against this dude. Like you need to go ahead and let people know, because people got all these assumptions out here. Maybe he did it. But she was gonna have to go anyway, because you subpoenaed. Like, that's what it is. Missy B opinion period said, yeah, she was pregnant and named her daughter named Frankie after Frank Black. Are y'all making this up? Oh Lord have mercy. I did see a text where Diddy was congratulating her on her kid Frankie and said Frankie is beautiful. I would be mad than a mug if I did you name him? Like, where did you get that name from? Why did you pick Frankie? Because her daughter's name is Frankie and his alias is Frank Black. I believe this is from Elite Leo, I believe that she saw Carisha getting a lot of the things she never got, show music with him, 200K monthly allowance. She became jealous and filed the lawsuit. It's a theory. It's a theory. She definitely needed some money because her put hands on her mom. I'm just saying she deserves some pain and suffering. But does he deserve to go to prison? Nicole Harris said his defense sucks, appealing to the public instead of Rico. Who paid for the oil, book, travel, paid you? Did mail workers travel? Were they forced? They may get into it, y'all. They probably watching our videos to see what we thinking in order to shift what they're doing to make sure they get it in. The escorts were not ex-traffic. They were not forced or coerced. So the ex-traffic charge was for Cassie, right? That's I think that's where they're going. I don't know where they're going with it, y'all. I'm just being honest. I don't know. I assume that's where they're going. That's why Cassie was on the she's victim one. So if you pull up the actual indictment, you know what? Let me see if I could find it. I'm sure I got this indictment somewhere because I done referred to it a couple of times because I be forgetting. Like, what is this man charged with for real? Diddy indictment. All right, let me try to pull this up right quick. So it's racketeering conspiracy. For decades, Sean Combs, the defendant, abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. To do so, Combs relied on his employees, resources, and influence of the multifaceted business empire that he led and controlled, creating a criminal enterprise who members and associates engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other crimes, ex trafficking, forced labor. So I think that's where they're going to get the artists to come in at: kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. The defendant operated his businesses headquartered at various times in Manhattan and LA under a variety of US based corporate entities, including Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Entertainment and Combs Global. Corporate entities in the Combs business include, among other things, record labels, a recording studio, an apparel line, alcoholic spirits, marketing agency, and television network and media. At all times relevant to this indictment, defendant engaged in a persistent and pervasive pattern of abuse towards women and other individuals. This abuse was at times verbal, emotional, physical, and actual. As part of the pattern of abuse, Combs manipulated women to participate in orchestrated performance of sexual activity with Combs and at times with Combs and male commercial sex workers. At times, Combs and other acting at his direction made arrangements. So they saying, so this is why it was important when she was like, "No, nah, didn't nobody know it was a secret," because they're saying they acted at his direction, all these other people in this alleged enterprise. They made arrangements for women and commercial ex-workers to fly to Combs' location. Combs ensured participation from the women by, among other things, obtaining and distributing narcotics. So part of that, we know Cassie got her own drugs sometime, or she ordered the drugs and got the drugs herself. To them controlling their careers. So basically, he was able to, almost trying to say they did it not on their own volition, but he would use drugs, control their careers, leveraging his financial support and threatening to cut off the same, and using intimidation and violence. The defendant was recurrent and widely known on numerous occasions from at least in or about 2009, which was the Cassie situation, and continuing for years. Combs assaulted women by, among other things, striking, punching, dragging, throwing objects, and kicking them. We know that's Cassie through the vase and all of that. Um, it was not also just limited to women, because we know he done punched a few dudes too in his time. It extended to his employees, witnesses to his abuse, and others. On one occasion at a Los Angeles hotel, March 2016, which was on video and publicly reported, he kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a woman as she was attempting to leave. When a member of the hotel security staff intervened, he attempted to bribe. So they're using that as the bribery portion of the staff to ensure silence. Subsequently, Combs, with the assistance of several close associates, paid hotel security $100K for the hotel's footage of the assault. The defendant used the businesses, including certain employees, to carry out, facilitate, and cover up his act of violence, abuse, and commercial sex. These employees, including security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and high-ranking supervisors, and other close associates, acted as Combs' intermediaries, and their conduct was facilitated and assisted by Combs' control of the Combs enterprise. So then they talk about the enterprise. From 2004, the defendants and others known and unknown were members and associates of a criminal organization. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise engaged in and attempted to engage, among other activities, ex trafficking, forced labor, interstate transportation for purposes of prostitution, coercion, and enticement to engage in prostitution, narcotics offenses, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. The Combs enterprise, including its leadership, its members, and its associates, constituted an enterprise. That is a group of individuals associated in fact, although not a legal entity. The Combs enterprises consisted of, so this is what they're saying was in this enterprise. They was all a part of this. It was Diddy, his businesses, individuals employed and associated with him, and others known and unknown. The Combs enterprise constituted an ongoing organization whose members function as a continuing unit for a common purpose of achieving the objectives of Combs enterprise. The Combs enterprise was engaged in activities affected interstate and foreign commerce, and the Combs enterprise operated in the Southern District of New York. And they say Diddy was the leader of the enterprise. So the purpose of the enterprise, operating a global business in the media, entertainment, and lifestyle industries, and they got all of the stuff he does, preserving, protecting, promoting, and enhancing the power, reputation, and brand of Combs, enriching members and associates, including its leader, and in particular those who demonstrated loyalty to Combs and willingness to conceal his crimes, preserving, protecting, promoting, and enhancing the power of Combs Enterprise, including the power of its leader. Okay, let's go to the means and methods. Combs and other members and associates of the Combs Enterprise wielded power and prestige of Combs' role at the businesses to intimidate, threaten, and lure female victims into Combs' orbit, often under the pretense of a romantic relationship. Combs then used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims, including but not limited to three female victims, victim one, two, and three, and we know one is Cassie, to engage in commercial X acts. In connection with the commercial X acts, Combs provided the victims with, among other things, monetary payments, career opportunities, and payments of rent and housing expenses. So they're alleging they engaged in these acts in exchange for their career, for money, for rent and housing expenses. But see, the thing is, Cassie was his girlfriend. That's why they keep bringing that up. That was his girlfriend. So they actually had a relationship. So yeah, he did give her money, but it wasn't for just that purpose. Some of the commercial X acts involve male commercial X workers and referred to by Combs as, among other things, freak offs. Freak offs were elaborate and produced sex performances that Combs arranged, directed, masturbated during, and often electronically recorded. And arranging these freak offs, Combs, with the assistance of other members and associates of the enterprise. So that's why when they were questioning her, the government was like, and sometimes did his assistants set the room up beforehand to try to pull them into it? They established in the defense that they didn't know what was going on. They kept it a secret. So they say with the assistance of other members and associates, they transported and caused to be transported commercial workers across state lines and internationally. So they did talk about them flying somebody in, like when she said, well, so and so got to be flown in. Freak offs occur regularly, sometimes lasting multiple days, and often involve multiple workers. During freak offs, Combs distributed a variety of controlled substances to victims, in part to keep the victims obedient and compliant. The problem with that is that she was sober when they would orchestrate these freak offs, and she would be asking for the drugs to personally ingest it herself. So they're saying like he did this. And then there was a time, as we just read too, with the ketamine, that he was asking her to do it without it because he wanted to have a remembrance of it. Like, it's no point of us doing it if I'm not going to remember that it happened. So they actually showed a text message which tells you why they showed it, to show that he was trying to do them without drugs. They're saying he basically provided drugs to keep them under obedient and compliant. So then they say after the freak offs, they had to have they had to have fluid, IV fluids to recover from the physical exertion and drugs. Members of the associates included high-ranking supervisors, security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and other Combs business employees facilitated the freak-offs by, among other things, booking the rooms for the freak-offs, stocking the hotel rooms. That's why they was trying to get her to say that they put it in, that they were the ones that put it in there. Supplying controlled substances, baby oil, lubricants, extra linen, lighting, cleaning the hotel room after the freak-offs to try to mitigate room damage, arranging for travel for victims, commercial sex workers, and Combs to and from the freak-offs, resupplying Combs with requested supplies, delivering large sums of cash to Combs to pay for the workers, and scheduling delivery of IV fluids. In or about March 2024, during the searches Combs' residence in Miami, Florida, and LA, law enforcement seized various freak-off supplies, including narcotics and more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricants. Other commercial sex acts involved only Combs and a female victim. As with Freak Offs, other members and associates of the Combs enterprise assisted with arrangements for these commercial sex acts, including by arranging travel and accommodation for victims. Combs subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse to cause the victims to engage in freak offs and other commercial sex acts. Combs also threatened victims' careers and livelihoods, including if they resisted engaging in sex acts with Combs and at times. So that's what I'm saying. Like, she said she did it willingly. Like, she never told him no when he made her do it, regardless of her saying no. Or if you don't do these freak offs, then I'm not gonna release your album. Like, that's the stuff that I'm missing out of a lot of this testimony. However, well, we're not gonna get it from her because she's off the stand. But that's the type of stuff of what they're alleging in this indictment. Sometimes you just have to refer back to the indictment. Then they talk about, the people that had GUNs, his security all had guns. So the racketeering conspiracy part, they got multiple acts: kidnapping, arson, bribery, ex trafficking, forced labor, tampering with the witness, possession and distribution of narcotics. And yeah, so then count 2 was ex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion from at least 2009, which would presumably they talking about Cassie, up and including in about 2018. Diddy and affecting interstate and foreign commerce knowingly recruited, enticed, harbored, transported, provided, obtained, advertised, maintained, patronized, and solicited by any means a person knowing and reckless disregard of the fact that means of force, threats of force, fraud, and coercion. That's why coercion is important in this. And she's not saying she was coerced. She's saying she did it. So they're trying to connect the fact that he was violent. So she did it, but she really didn't want to do it. She just did it, even though she didn't tell him no. It was because she was scared of him because he was a violent person. That's how they're trying to connect like the violent aspects of it. That even though she ain't verbally say no, there should be an assumption from these jurors that she really didn't, that half this stuff, like somebody wouldn't want anybody to pee on them. Somebody wouldn't want to just share their man. Somebody, it should be assumptions that Diddy should have known that this ain't something she really wanted to do. But she only did it because she knew that he would be upset, or she thought, because it was an assumption, because it sounded like she really didn't tell him no. So I don't think she knows what the consequence would be. But she didn't know. She thought that he would be mad and there would be abuse or something by telling him no. Count 3 is transportation to engage in prostitution. So at least from 2009 to 2018, of course, those are those workers that came. The defendant knowingly transported individuals in interstate and foreign commerce with intent that the individuals engage in prostitution, and attempted, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused the same, to wit, Combs transported, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused the transportation of multiple individuals, including but not limited to victim 1 and commercial sex workers. So they're saying she was prostituted. So basically, by having her have this X with other people, she was somehow prostituted by having sex with the commercial workers. So that's why he's arguing this was just an actual lifestyle that we chose to have. And so, are we going to allow the government to come in our bedroom and tell us what it is? That's how the Mann Act pretty much was established because of that. So then it's another one on ex trafficking and transportation for prostitution. That was just a refresher, y'all. Just a refresher on what the indictment actually said. Ryan Leslie had no business being with her either. She was 19. When she was with him, he was grown. That's from Shanika. Shawnee said if this was an unaliving case, she would be charged and her age wouldn't matter. That is true. And honestly, they're making it where here they don't even take into consideration your age unless you're under 21 in Michigan. So she was with him at 22 when she started having. So when do we, I guess it's going to be when is somebody old enough to make these type of decisions? Because we've looked at where we talk about Shirley Strawberry and people say, like, girl, you don't know no better. She was in her 60s. Like, a lot of people are bamboozled, get mistreated. They're getting beat up. It's people in their 30s and 40s that's getting beat up for the first time by a man in domestic violence. I don't think that's an age related thing. It's a thing on whether you get help and get out of it. Cynthia said they just had to bring Cassie on early to testify because she was pregnant. I think she needed to set up the stage because nobody likes Diddy now. Like you're looking at like, oh, you see them videos and all of that. It sets up the stage, I guess, for the power and control dynamic. So now we're gonna get like Danity Kane that are probably gonna tell the conditions he had them working in. They're probably gonna say they never were paid correctly, which means they're probably gonna pull up their contracts and what they agreed to do and the reality show contracts that they agreed to do. So they're probably going to get into that because that sounds like forced labor, or whatever. You use your enterprise. You know it's now. Was it against the law to have egregious contracts and make them be under egregious conditions? You know what I'm saying? So I don't see them doing anything outside of that because I've never heard Aubrey say there was anything actual with her. And I want to say Don may have mentioned something inappropriate, but I don't think she ever had anything actual with her. She did say she was dang near kidnapped though. Remember, like in her complaint, she alleges that he got mad at her for something, and she ended up the security put her in a car, and the car didn't have any handles on the inside. And so she had her cell phone and she called her dad, and her dad came down there to help her, to get her, to save her. And her dad was scared of Diddy too, but they let her go. And basically, but she was in the car for like a couple of hours or something until her dad came. So they do have some stories, I guess, of how he treated them as being an artist. So, mm. Aubrey did say he punished her for not sleeping with him. Don's lawsuit did include essay. She said something like, was it like touching of a part or something? I don't think like she said, when I say that, I don't think it was any like intercourse like what they're alleging in the lawsuit as far as like freak offs or sex workers. I think Shanika, we still need I'm older, a lot older, and I still need guidance. I think we all need guidance. Everybody, but at 21, you are just the way the United States is set up. You are given privileges that you don't get at 18, right? So at 21, you can have a drink. Some places that's the age you got to be able to go in a casino. Like at certain ages, even 18 is considered an adult, but I think it's more so they wanted to get a lot of these young men over into the service. But 21 is when they start really releasing some privileges. You can carry a concealed weapon, like they give you. So at 21 is when they're saying you're about at that age that you may be more responsible. So yeah, Eleanor said this is better than the soap opera. You know what? All right, y'all. We got I said I wasn't gonna be here all doggone day, but now it looks like I am. So yeah, we all need guidance because I still do. I still make dumb decisions and mistakes too. Farnsworth Bentley, come to the stage. We have questions. Yes, because you had to go talk to them. I'm sorry. I know the people called you because you were around for a little minute. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's proceed. All right. So then it says, I did leave the memorial service, but there were other places I left him. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I know. I'm just trying to clarify, even for myself. And after that memorial service, you never saw him again after that, right? I didn't see him again after that, no. And you testified that he tried to get in touch with you in various ways after that point, right? Right. In fact, through some other people, correct? Yep. Including Lauren London. Remember, they was like besties. Yep. And your friend Deontay Nash, correct. But you rebuffed those attempts to contact you, right? So he was trying to contact her through her homegirls, and they told him, I guess, and she was like, I ain't studying Diddy at this point. Yeah, these were later on. Yeah. And you never saw him again, right? I did not. And he let you go, right? That was dumb phrasing because it kind of sounds like it sounds like he had control, like he had the ability to let you go. And this is what we're trying to avoid, that it wasn't a controlling situation. You never saw him again, right? Now I would have kept it at that. So then she responds, I didn't see him again. I don't know about letting me go. See what I'm saying? How that opened up some more conversation, perhaps? See, I wouldn't have said that. That's different. You never saw him again. Yep. And you got married, right? I did. To the love of your life, right? Correct. And over the years, has Mr. Combs reached out to you? Yep. I'm sorry. What is that? Yeah, yes. Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1409? So then they take their lunch break. Oh yeah, I think we almost finished with that. They're going over some exhibit issues. Um, again, make sure you guys hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. For all of you that are new, my name is Pam Esquire, also known as your law intellect. If you like it over here, make sure you subscribe, okay? All right. Good afternoon, Miss Ventura. We're almost finished here. I told you, I'm like, I think they're done by this point. She's like, thank you. Thank you so much. Because I'm tired. She been on since Tuesday. She's tired. Could we please pull up Defense Exhibit 1409, which is in evidence? We're gonna go through this one in full, but feel free to read through the whole thing first. Okay. There isn't a hard copy. I can give you my hard copy. Okay. Could we please go to the next page, Andy, and start at the top? If you wouldn't mind, if you could read yours, and I will read Mr. Combs. How many pages is this? I believe it's 9 pages. Okay. They trying to get it together, y'all. They trying to get it together. If you can read this, Miss Ventura, do you mind? This is the same as what you handed me, so I saw it. This is the one that I intended. I apologize for that. This is my fault. No worries. These green messages are from Mr. Combs, and I will read the ones from Mr. Combs. Okay. So when the question part is going to be Diddy, and then she's going to read her own part. Checking on you, seeing how you're doing. Hope you're well. Just sending you love. Have a great weekend. This was sent on March 22nd, 2019. Yeah. And then on May 14th, 2019, he said, sending you love and light. Hope you're well. Yes. Can we keep going? There is a message at the bottom. Congratulations, Cass. I truly am happy for you. You are going to make a beautiful mother. God bless. Can we go to the next page? Thank you. Did I read that earlier page correctly, Miss Ventura? Yes. Thank you. Can you continue? I said, thank you. God bless. Mr. Combs said, sending you love and light. Hope all is well. Had a dream about you last night. Shaking my head. What a difference a year makes. Really happy for you. Have a blessed day. Just sending love. That's it. Right? Right. And at this point, had you had your first baby? No, not yet. I was pregnant. I'm skipping ahead. That's okay. Just a few months. I had her in December. I see. Then he says, congratulations. I know you're so happy. I'm happy for you. God bless. You deserve it, love. This was on December 6, 2019. Then on March 7, 2020, he said, Miss my best friend. Hope you are well. Frankie is so beautiful. Love. Did I read that right? Yes. Can we go to the next page, please? Can you read that? Miss you too, and thank you. Miss you, girl. March 7, 2020. Miss you too, and thank you. I thought she was ignoring him the whole time. I'm like, oh, Diddy was talking to himself. She left him on read. Way to go, Cass. Miss you too, and thank you. Hope you're taking care of yourself and that the family is well too. That was on March 7th, 2020. Yep. Mr. Combs said, thank you so much for responding. So, yeah, maybe she was ignoring him. It really means a lot, more than you know. I'm so happy for you. The kids are good. Mom is good. I hope your family is well also. I miss all you guys. Sending you nothing but love and light always. Please know I'm always here if you need me. Same. Been reflecting a lot, like a lot. The turns of life are so crazy, but I'm happy everyone is good. Please send my love to them. And if I can express anything, take care of you. Mr. Combs says, I'm trying. Just had another operation. This is going to be my last one. LOL. Ish has definitely been rough without your friendship. I pray for a day that I can sit down with you and let you know all the things that I've reflected on. You were there for me throughout everything. You were my ride or die. And I've got nothing but love for you always. My heart is filled with joy to know that you don't hate me. And I hope you're taking care of you also. I thank God for the time that we had together. And you're one of the greatest women in the world. And don't ever forget that. Love. Miss Ventura, you were also friends with Mr. Combs throughout your relationship, right? Right. You didn't only consider yourselves romantic partners, correct? Correct. Can we go to the next page? Can you read from the top as soon as it's blown up? Sorry, I needed a second to gather my thoughts. So she didn't answer him right away when he said that. The things you said blew my mind a bit. First, I don't hate you. I never have. I wouldn't be at this beautiful point in my life without having been with you. I definitely think of the same day to sit down and just talk about. I know that we need closure and understanding. Mr. Combs sends a tear face emoji in response to that. Can we go back up to the message that you sent when you said I needed a second to gather my thoughts, right? Because you took some amount of time to respond to him, right? Yeah. And what did you mean when you said the things you said blew my mind a bit? Can we go back to his message? Sure. I think those were honestly probably all the things I wanted to hear for a long time that I never did. So, y'all, this was in 2020. He got that award in 2022. So she probably was saying she been waiting for this. So he said it. So he said it publicly when he said it at the awards. That's what I'm getting out of him telling you that you were his ride or die always. Just being, yeah, it being recognized as the greatest woman in the world, right? Not that part, just the message in general. It was nice that it was filled with love and affection. Yes. And other message that he sent you throughout your relationship, he would say that he loved you. But how is this message different in that respect? I think when you reflect on things, you just get a clearer picture. And I understood that that's how he really felt. You appreciate that this was a heartfelt message to you. Sure. And it was what you have been craving for a long time to hear from him, right? Before this, I don't think I was craving it then. You had wanted it previously in the relationship. Yes. Yep. Can we go back to your response to this? When you said the things you said blew my mind a bit, that's you reacting to the message. Are you expressing surprise? Unexpected. Yeah. And then you say, first, I don't hate you. I never have, right? Right. Were you afraid that he thought you hated him? I don't know. I said that. I don't know. You said I wouldn't be at this beautiful point in my life without having been with you, right? Yep. Because he shaped you in many ways after 11 years, right? You shaped each other. Yeah, that's fair. You said I definitely think of the same day to sit down and just talk because I know that we need closure and understanding, right? Mhm. And after you sent this message, you didn't get that chance to sit down and talk and get closure, right? No. Can we go to the bottom message, please? Mr. Combs said, tears of joy. I don't even know what to say, but I'll always love you. And one day, I hope you can forgive me. I pray for the day we can have closure, but most importantly, talk. We're honestly lucky to be alive. We went hard. God was really watching over us. You deserve the world, and I'm happy you found someone that loves you the way you deserve to be loved and respected. Please let me know when it's a good time to get together and now make myself available. Tell moms and pops I said hi. Please know I send this message with all respect for your marriage. Be well and never forget who you are. Love. Right? Right. You said we are honestly lucky to be alive. Right? What did you take that to mean? We partied quite a bit. Too much and many times, right? Yeah. Thank you. We can take that down. You never had the opportunity to have that sit down and have closure, right? Correct. And you moved on with your life and continue with your marriage and you had another child, right? Yep. And you were still struggling with addiction issue as you described in your direct testimony, right? Yes. But then we're ultimately able to receive a lot of trauma treatment at the Willow House. Yeah, among other things. Yeah. And we're successfully able to kick your opiate addiction, right? Yeah. And have been maintaining sobriety since then. Yeah. Turning to after you left Willow House the summer and fall of 2023 before your lawsuit in November. Yeah. In or around October 2023, you and your husband moved into your parents' house in Connecticut, right? I think it was October we left LA. You moved into your parents' house in Connecticut because of financial issues. Is that right? No, we were just moving to the East Coast and transitioning at my parents. You transitioned to the East Coast and you are living with your parents, your children, and your husband in Connecticut, right? We stay there quite a bit. And your husband is a physical trainer. Is that right? Or he was at the time? He was. Thank you. And your financial situation in October of 2023 was limited to the income of your husband as a physical trainer and whatever income you were able to make at that time, right? Correct. And the house that you grew up in Connecticut was a relatively modest, right, compared to the mansions that we have seen in the government's exhibits. Sure. And at that time in October 2023, were you performing professionally? I don't know if I was performing professionally, but I was preparing for a tour later that year. The Juicy Fest 2024. I don't remember what it was called, but possibly. Was it scheduled to begin the following January? Yes. And you were scheduled to go on tour. Was this Australia and New Zealand? Yes. So you are preparing for that tour. Yes. You were working with Matt Testra among other people in connection with this tour, right? Yes, he's an engineer. You were doing a lot of work in connection with preparing for this performance. Yeah. Was the work that you were doing in connection with the performance all throughout the fall and summer? Could you describe the extent of the work? I mean, I don't remember it super clearly, but yeah, we were preparing over months for January. I don't remember if it started January or we were supposed to start December, but something like that. But fair to say that there was extensive planning going on in connection. There was, yeah, with this tour. Yep. As soon as you agreed to settle your lawsuit against Mr. Combs in November 2023, you canceled this tour, right? I did. And you didn't go to Australia. I didn't. And as soon as you saw that you were going to get the 20 million, you canceled the tour because you didn't need it anymore, right? That wasn't the reason why. You could have withdrawn. You recall posting on Instagram after the video the Intercontinental Hotel was aired in May of 2024. What did I post? You wrote on Instagram, among other things, domestic violence is the issue, right? Yes. It's an important issue. Yep. And that is what you focused on in your Instagram post following the Intercontinental Hotel release. I wrote something. You wrote domestic violence is the issue. There was more to it than that, but yeah, you wrote, thank you for all the love and support from my family, friends, strangers, and those I have yet to meet. The outpouring of love has created a place for my younger self to settle and feel safe now. And this is only the beginning. The domestic violence is the issue, right? Yes, you felt that way, right? I did, and still feel that way. Yep. Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1016-A, which is a single page? Um, Told her to look at it. Mr. Combs says, want to have our last freak off tonight? This is him sending this in September 2012. He asked, want to freak off one last time tonight, right? Right. What do you say? What? He says, you can't read? I don't want to freak off for a last time. I want it to be the first time for the rest of our lives. That's what she said. I don't want to freak out for a last time. I want it to be the first time for the rest of our lives. Thank you. I have no further questions. So then they end up doing recross. They wanted to end it like that. That's how they got back to 2012. So then they do recross, and then they do have some redirect and recross. So what y'all think with the ending? Huh? Rich said her husband is either super cool and patient or have been waiting for an opportunity to get back at Diddy through Cassie. I don't know, doing all this while married and away from your alleged abuser. KK Scorpio said her husband may have been broke, but he was the shining light in her life that brought her to a much better place. Sometimes money isn't everything. Well, her husband said it wasn't him that did the work, she did the work. So he don't like when people say that he was the one that made her, what it was. A lot of celebrities was broke during COVID. That is true. That was 2020-ish. Checkmate, Cassie. You've been played. That's some sea breeze. You said leading the witness. That's what you're supposed to do on cross, Wayne. Pregnant, engaged, but texting Diddy. Her husband saw her as an easy plot. You know what? Now y'all on the husband's head. Y'all need to cut it out. Christine Lee said, miss you. That's what she said. Black said, pretty and okay, so I don't know if you heard this in the last reading that I did, but actually in the last transcript that I read, it was to a point where I guess she was doing so much drugs and she was doing it without Diddy as well. Diddy didn't mind it happening in his presence, but he didn't like her. And some people thought it was wild. But like I remember being in high school and having friends who parents let them smoke at the house with them but didn't want them to go out and smoke with other people. And the logic was people lace your drugs and all of that. And so apparently Diddy didn't mind her doing it with him, but he had a problem with her doing it outside of him with friends and stuff, and even told the dealers, don't serve her anything, even though she said they still did. So she was getting she knew how to get drugs on her own. She didn't need Diddy for that. And apparently she still was getting opiates, obviously, outside of that, because they broke up in 2018. The last time she saw Diddy was in November at Kim Porter's memorial. She got in her fit. Now, mind you, she was already dating her husband at that time. He married her in 2019. But she got in her feelings because they hurt her feelings that after 11 years, somebody says Kim was my soulmate. In my opinion, the fact that he didn't want you around for holidays and he was always protecting Kim and how Kim felt and taking her to different places, I think he was kind of like showing her that they weren't never blended as a family. So for her to even say, give everyone love for me, I mean, eventually I'm sure the kids seen her and met her, but it was like it was a while before that happened. She said that she spent New Year's with him one year. So I don't know. Does that sway you guys in any way? Did it bring shed any you get me said no shade, but a tour, Cassie. That's what I said. I was like a tour. That's interesting. I think Diddy was probably jealous. I mean, at this point, if he was in therapy and he was not doing drugs like that anymore, because he was in therapy. It sounded like even the year that he beat her up. So dude been in therapy and doing trying to wean himself off of drugs, and he was had withdrawals. She testified to even while they were together. So, but I guess that was her last straw when she realized he was still seeing Gina. That's what made her permanently break up with him and I guess focus on her now husband. And then she still wanted to be his support when Kim Porter died. So she went to the memorial. And then when he basically posted she was the soulmate, she was like, that was the last time she saw him. She said, that's her last damn draw, Diddy. You doing too much. Diddy doesn't love her. She made herself available to him. That's why he's still in contact with her. I think she should have changed her number. He wouldn't have had no access to me, especially if she's easily pulled back into the rabbit hole. Or she need to change his number to do not answer. Or change his number to loser. Like put his name in there as do not answer or loser. Like you don't always block people. Like make it where they like when you look at it, you know, and you don't know which loser it is. So you ain't gonna answer the phone because you don't even know who it is. Put in there clown and have a picture of a clown so you just don't never fall into that trap ever again. You say he trying to win. You know what? Andrea said, I think this girl craved this man's attention and acknowledgement of the wrong he done. He did apologize. Do he get anything for asking for her forgiveness? Saying that he know he treated her wrong. He's happy that she with somebody that respect her and all of that. And it don't seem like it was any other text, I guess, after that that we know of that went into the exhibits anyway. He said he made a mistake. You said I would have said the text is closure fool. That's why I think he thanked her. If you guys read what was said in that text, that was 2020. When he got that Lifetime Achievement Award, he basically says, I want to thank you for helping me in my dark time. He also shouted out his spiritual advisor, TD Jakes, at that time. He said he helped him during his dark hours. TD Jakes like, how I keep getting in it. But that, I mean, he said he mentioned them. Oh wow, that's interesting. Cynthia says she was addicted to Diddy just like she was addicted to she may have an addictive personality. Some people have addictive personalities. Like that's why you get people, okay, so your father may have been addicted to alcohol, so you don't want to drink, but you're a workaholic. You're addicted to sex. You're addicted to food. Like you can have addictive personalities that are not necessarily like drugs. People always equate it to addiction and alcohol, but you can overly do anything. It's gluttony. Like you can overly do, and she may have an addictive personality. And I think that's what they was trying to pull out with the whole, what did they say? The love, she was basically in love with being in love, or whatever they called it in a fancy way. So yeah. But I don't know about the whole conversations. I wonder if she told her husband that she was responding and all of that. Wayne said, "Thanks for reading this and leading your proven expertise to this historical trial." Justin Armchair Colombo compare. Oh, thank you so much, Wayne. I appreciate that. Those kind words and the super chops. Okay, I'm going to pull up the definition of what coercive is. I can pull it up from the statutes, and hopefully that will help some people. Okay, let's see, and then I'm gonna get off of here because y'all see my doggone voice is going out, and like I said, I'll be back either later on today. So the term coercion means threats of serious harm to or physical restraint. So, threats of serious harm to or physical restraint against any person, or any scheme, plan, or pattern intended to cause a person to believe that failure to perform an act would result in serious harm to or physical restraint against any person, or the abuse or threatened abuse of law or legal process. So I think they're kind of focusing on this one because they're saying, like, so what did you think would happen? You did these because you didn't want to make him mad. I think that's kind of what they're getting. People can, I said it earlier, people can only love to the capacity that they know how. So I think Diddy loved in his own way. He was he was flawed, definitely. He had some anger issues, always had them. That's why they called him Puffy, apparently. He has an assault charge where he, hit a producer. You got somebody who sued him and said he had her over a balcony. He 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 obviously has some anger issues, and it was men and women. So it wasn't just some coward, everybody cowards that beat women, but the cowards that beat women, he was just an angry person. So you have that with alleged mental health, because I don't know if he was diagnosed, but it was definitely mentioned in here. Then he has the drug addictions, and he was consistently trying to get over this on his own. He's been in therapy for years, so when he said that on the video, apparently it's the truth, because that was in here that I guess he was in therapy. And then Sedona, apparently that's a rehab spot that they were trying to get her to acknowledge, of which she didn't. But he had a video that they played, and I think it was like that. But the audio that they didn't put on here, from my understanding, there was audio of which she basically threatens, she she was threatening somebody, like, I'm gonna unalive you type situations or whatever. And I think that may come maybe later on. But yeah, there was a lot going on in this testimony. But I think she was their strongest witness. She was obviously with him the longest. They say from 2009 to 2018. That is her period. They say the enterprise was from 2004. So they adding a whole lot of other stuff as to when some of these companies were started and when he came out and all of that. But yeah, they got a thank you, Miss HLS. I appreciate it. So y'all got any more questions? Yeah, it was Steve Stout. I couldn't think of his name. Yeah, that's the person he put pause on. my my for girls that Pam, if I was the defense, I would say Cassie used Diddy for drugs, money, and free calls. His old ass couldn't keep up with her. Well, that would be dangerous, for the fact of, we know we don't ever want to, people use the word victim shaming, but we don't ever want to make it seem like Diddy is shying away from what he has to admit. You have to admit what you can't deny, and you deny what you can't admit. You know what I'm saying? So if you have to admit what you just can't deny, you can't deny that video. You can't deny whatever, and you posture it so they can explain it, not necessarily excuse it, but explain it to get an understanding. And we all, if you're human beings and this is a jury of your peers, we're all flawed and we have issues, and addiction is a problem. And people have drug addicts in their family, right? We have people that have acted plum fools. We have people with mental health issues that have acted plum fools or whatever, that we've had to deal with. We've had to intervene. I see videos on TikTok of people circling around trying to find their loved ones. I know someone who was like that we had to go pull out of drug houses when I was younger. Like, no, get out of here. Seeing you on corners, taking your clothes off. Like, it's a lot to it. So for me, seeing the big picture, I do believe he got problems. He does have problems. And again, it's not an excuse. You got to go get the help. And he's saying he got the help. Unfortunately, he didn't get the help until he destroyed a lot of lives. And because he didn't try to get help until, like, real help, until, because the problem that you have when you have money and influence, people don't want to tell you no. And so they will do what you ask them to do. You have an assistant whose job is to do what you want them to do. Who stands up to Diddy? What real mentors did Diddy have? What man did Diddy have in his life to be like, bro, you can't be, you beating on women? I'm gonna beat on you. Like, I'm gonna choke you out. Put your hands on him again. Like, who did he have in his circle that could hold him accountable? You guys were telling me he disrespected his mama. If you gonna disrespect your mama, you dang sure don't give a dang about me as just a girlfriend that you don't even want to marry. So it's so much to it. But does that qualify or does that satisfy what the government needs to prove? We've all established he ain't ish. We've established that. At that time, I can't say he may be a whole different person now. But I think they've painted by having the person on there when we go on the next video that he kind of still may be into some of the same stuff, which would eliminate that you're different than what you were. But nonetheless, you guys, thank you guys so much. I have an uncle that my brother used to have to pull out of crack houses and buy his car back because he used to rent a rock. It was a mess. He's clean now and is ordained UMC pastor. Thank God. And he got a testimony. And his testimony, people overcome by the blood of the lamb and the word of your testimony. That's what the Bible says for those that believe the Bible. And so sometimes you go through things and you can help other people. Cassie is going to be a great advocate whenever she gets to that place. I don't even think she's really at that place now. I think she's still working through it. Because honestly, when you get to that place, it would have been, I don't hate him. I probably would have said it to the point of, I'm not going to hell because of him, because he already gave me hell on earth. But it would have been like, I dislike him strongly. No, I don't like him at all. I don't. Because he knew the vulnerable person I was, or whatever the reasons was. He knew I loved him so much. I loved him more than myself. And honestly, because he was the age different, I expect that he loved me enough to even save me from myself. And you can be honest about that if that's how you felt. But as some people say, part of that, she is going to have to take some accountability. We're going to see, like, if the jury, how much accountability they feel. But again, she's not the only one. They have another witness. I guess that's a woman that's coming. We got Don Richard that started her testimony yesterday that we'll go over probably tomorrow or later tonight. And then we have Aubrey O'Day is supposed to come. And who else? We don't know. A lot of people from Bad Boys or who was in that day have passed away. Al B. Sure said he gonna testify. I just want to know what he gotta say. Is he gonna testify to the hearsay? I guess that he say he know with Kim Porter. He said he got subpoenaed. PW said Cassie will need many more of therapy and substance treatment to heal the damage that was done mentally and physically. Yeah, and I'm sure drugs alters your brain too. She did come across like she still loved him, and she mad at herself that she does. And the thing is, I think he probably did share with her. He probably cried to her. He probably shared his demons. And I think she loved him enough where she wants to see him whole as a person. And then all the years she put into, she won't get to reap the benefits of whatever success that is. Like, she's going to see him be somebody's husband after he's been shaped by her being the punching bag, kicking bag, and all of that to get to the place that she has. And she's going to have to be okay with that. Sometimes you got to love somebody enough to be like, listen, I just want you to go be better. Go take care of yourself because you got kids. Go be better for your kids. That's what he said. I'm just going by what the man said. He said he was subpoena. Tara said domestic violence is not up for debate. We already established, and he established he's guilty of that. He did. The charge is ex trafficking. How was the ex trafficker when she was the one co-orchestrator? That's the issue. That's why I was wondering if I'm like, did she get some type of immunity or something? But that didn't come up because they would have to turn that over to the defense. So perhaps not. Or did she open herself up to liability from certain workers or something that might come forward and be like, oh, we about to see a week. Oh, she done got all this money because it's gonna come up. She got more money aside from that 20 million. So yeah. You said he was just getting it. Carisha said, I'm out of here. As soon as all this stuff happened, she got out of Dodge. Thank you, Christine, for being a new member. I appreciate that. And Black Q, thank you so much. A sister from New Jersey. Thank you for the super chat. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for us meeting our goal. And I'll be back, y'all. Enjoy your Saturday. Thank you so much for spending 4 hours with me today. I really appreciate that. And I hope you guys enjoyed the content. If you enjoyed the content, make sure you put the scales up in the chat so that I can see the scales that you enjoyed it. And make sure you hit the like button if you have not done so already. And subscribe to the channel. We'll be back because we have the other half of the transcript. Okay. So I'm going to holler at you guys. I'm going to grab something to eat and spend a little time with my family. And I'll be back. Talk to you later.